Hey guys, welcome to the stream. Going to be playing with the mage a little bit this evening and seeing how many more levels I can get. I didn't actually get to play much with it yesterday. I've been a little busy with doing stuff on SOD. Took up a lot of time, and then Nell and I got back to leveling the warrior and druid last night. So if I don't do it between getting on stream and raid time starting, it's like the mage probably isn't going to get much love on raid nights. So I've got raid tonight and tomorrow night on SOD, and then I'll be done with raiding for the week. So we'll see how things continue to go. We popped another level on the warrior druid combo last night, so it's like 36, I believe. And then coming up on Saturday, we're going to be hitting a 4-day weekend for Nell, so we'll pretty much be playing awake to asleep for those 4 days, trying to finish out the rest of the way to 60. Excuse me. And after that, I'll be focusing even more on the mage to get it finished leveling, so I can go in and do a bunch of dungeon soloing to make a whole bunch of money, and I'll be showing that on stream for anybody that's interested in seeing how that works. I'll be learning it from scratch because I've never played a mage at that level before, so you guys can see the trial and error on figuring out how to make the stuff work and how to not screw it up, and kind of see what the system is if you want to be able to do it yourself. But yeah, that's really all I've got for the moment. So we're going to be getting into some officer stuff here pretty shortly for the guild. Of course, it's all going to be on stream, like I've said. We're pretty much planning to stream all of the officer meetings, so as we start getting into doing raid content more towards the first of Burning Crusade, then everybody will get to see us shit talk people for poor performance. But I mean, honestly, at the end of the day, it's not really shit talking, because I'll tell people to their face if their DPS sucks. I mean, it sucks, and it's on them to get it fixed. Same with healers and tanks. If they're not doing their jobs the way they're supposed to, they should know that, and they should be expecting the fact that it's not going to go well for them in an officer meeting, that we're going to be discussing replacements or, you know, what we can do to get the situation resolved. So I don't really look at it as much as shit talking as it is. It's just, here's the facts, and you shouldn't really be surprised by anything that's being said, because you're playing the class and you should know if you're doing well or if you're not doing well. So we'll see how that how that stuff goes once we actually get there. But like I said, we're going to do everything on live, so we're getting into tonight, starting to try to formulate ideas on how we're going to distribute loot, and like what the requirements are going to be, who will get loot for, like the I guess algorithm, you could call it, for why people will get loot before other people. So we'll be getting into that in just a moment. Just waiting for Bumpin' and Joe to be ready. I think Bumpin' was pretty close to being ready, and I think Joe's already ready to go. So make sure I've got Discord set up well. Really kind of annoying. The OBS tries to choose which window that it thinks Discord is based on the title of the window, and the title of the window changes depending on which server you're connected to, and then which channel you are currently looking at. So if you've clicked on a text channel, then it has a specific title, and then if you click on a different text channel, it changes the title, and then it no longer recognizes Discord. So it's kind of a little annoying to deal with sometimes there, but I hope they kind of figure that one out. The unfortunate part is the beginning of the title is called discord.exe. It's like, why is that not the only identifier for which one is the Discord channel? I don't know. Hey, what's up, Joe? Discord volume set up here and all that kind of good stuff. We'll continue to do the officer meetings in the officer channel, even though it's going to be televised. I still don't want people, dropping in and chatting and carrying on, so we'll go private channel.
Fine with that.
Just waiting on Bumping to stop being a slacker. I figure we'll go over some concepts on how we want to do loot and things like that tonight, but we can cover anything that anyone wants to talk about as well. We got some other topic to cover.
Other than the guild's progress, which a lot of people are leveling up pretty fast.
Yeah, I mean, considering the fact that we're what, like a week-old guild now. We've got we almost have 3 people at the level 60 mark, and
right.
Several in the 40s, several in the 30s. And I mean, we weren't even really intending to do this fast. It was just supposed to be a, hey, everybody get on and level up by the end of the year thing. Apparently they were confused and thought I said end of the month. I don't know. I think there are a lot of people who are just having a good time with it because it's just something new, something different to do. That's kind of the bad thing about WoW, is once you get into the thick of raiding, there's really not much to do. It's like you just log on, you raid, and you log off.
Sure.
One of the things that I've always hated about WoW is they've never had any significant or meaningful end-game content that is outside of raiding. There's nothing to do. It's like in retail, it's like, well, you can go and farm gold or something like that, but it's like gold, if things like GDKPs don't exist, then gold doesn't really have a whole lot of meaning either. Like, it's useful for the beginning of each phase if there happens to be trade skill items that are considered pre-bis, and then as soon as people start getting rate drops, then no one cares about crafted items anymore, because crafted items are never phase bis items for the most part.
No, they're just a way to pad your parses the first couple weeks.
Yeah. It's one of the things that I kind of liked about playing EverQuest was all the jewelry in the game. You could only get jewelry from crafting or from raids, and they weren't exactly common from raids. So basically everyone would buy all the crafted jewelry to get the stats and stuff that they wanted, which made jewelry jewel crafting a very useful trade skill, because pretty much everyone wanted the jewelry. But it seems like Blizzard's pretty big on making trade skills, for the most part, rather worthless and don't do a whole lot.
Well, I mean, the biggest issue is that, like, if you want to min-max your rating, usually you're stuck to whatever profession is best for your class.
Yeah, usually the trade skills are very like self what's the word I'm looking for? Self-promoting, I guess. Like, it's not beneficial for someone else to have a trade skill, it's beneficial for you to have the trade skill. It's like, oh, you need nitro boots? Well, you got to be an engineer for that. Oh, you want to throw bombs? You need to be an engineer. Like, I think that should be one of those things where a lot of things that trade skills have should not have a trade skill requirement to use it. Like having, like kind of like the mithril spurs that they used to have for ground mounts. Like they're active in the game currently, I think. But it's like you didn't have to be a blacksmith to use mithril spurs. You just had to get them put on your boots and you were good. jobs. Like there's so many things for engineering that it's like, oh, you have to be an engineer to do this, and it's like that. It's just so very restricting and stupid. And then you end up with a guild that has 25 raiders and 23 of them are engineers, and then you have 1 or 2 enchanters, and that's it.
And then you get a bunch of people who get angry at you because you want them to be an engineer.
Well, I think that one's just one of those things where people are kind of stupid. It's like, you know, you gotta, if you're gonna be in a high-end guild, you have to do the meta, and if the meta is everyone has to have engineering, then you have to understand that that's what you gotta do. And if you're not willing to do that, then you need to be looking for a different guild. It's like, that's the problem. It's like, you know, when we were doing Classic, we were a progression guild. So it's like, if you're not willing to do what it takes to be in a progression guild, then join another guild. And that's where too many people get into this self-righteous bullshit or start whining about gatekeeping or whatever. It's like, it's not gatekeeping. It's like, we have a goal. We're trying to find other people that have a similar goal and, you know, want to do similar things. And we don't want to carry people that just don't give a shit. Like, that's not gatekeeping. Like, we expect you to fucking pull your weight.
Well, and that's what most people just don't understand. Like, you got to be a certain height to be in basketball. It's not, you know, it's not pretty, it's not fun, but it's a fact. Like, if you're below 6 foot,
I get the analogy that you're trying to make, but I don't know if that's exactly accurate or not. I mean, Spud Webb was a badass basketball player back in the day, and dude was like 5 feet tall. Like,
there are exceptions.
Yeah,
to
it's
the
like
rule.
you can be short, but very few people meet that exception, I guess, is the better part of the analogy.
But the biggest problem is that everyone thinks that they are the exception.
Yeah, and that's where the problem is.
Yeah, Muggsy Bogues was 5'3", but he was one of the best ball handlers in the game. So, yeah.
Speaking of people who handle balls, what's up, Bumpin'?
I am the exception.
Yeah.
How's it going?
Yeah, it's going.
It's good. Hopefully we're in time for Oni buff.
Not even in the town, so not really gonna do much for me.
Unlucky.
I don't know. It's like, if you get buffs, it's okay, but you know, like, I played from a day when buffs were gravy and not the meat and potatoes, so like, I'm fine with leveling without them.
I just find it's on caster. I didn't feel much of a difference, but
Yeah,
on melee,
that was the other thing
night
I was
and
gonna
day.
say too. Is I'm not playing a melee right now either. It's like the haste
Yeah.
and the attack power is huge, you know, for a melee, and I think doesn't one of them even give health regen also?
Rend gives flat health.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Okay.
Rend is better for casters in my opinion because he gets flat health and mana regen.
Mhm.
Yeah. How you doing, Joe?
Can't complain.
He
That's
could.
good.
He's just being modest.
True.
Well, I'm also of the mind that if I bitch, like, who is it to and what purpose does it serve? So,
Fair.
Only Bloody had that same mindset. I've been on all day, and so is he. He's just been complaining non-stop about one thing or the other.
Bloody.
Or, if not complaining, begging.
It's bloody. He's been playing SOD too long. That's all people do on SOD is complain.
Yeah.
He thinks that Classic is too easy because casters get one button. I'm like, and my rebuttal was like, casters get one button, but Hunter is hard. Feral DPS is hard.
I don't for Classic, I don't think anything is hard. I think that's the problem. Like, Classic is a joke. Like, that's why everybody's using this for a TBC waiting room, because people are sick of how stupid easy SOD is and they want a challenge. It's just
Right, but
unfortunately
he was
it's not
trying to
here
say
yet.
that he was trying to say that SOD is more difficult than Classic, which is like,
I mean,
Yeah.
no.
I would argue that it probably is. I mean, there's not a whole lot of
Raid
guilds. There's not a whole lot of
content-wise,
guilds
potentially.
in SOD where you can go in and take the bare minimum people that it requires to walk into the zone and be successful in SOD. Like you know, like most people that claim that SOD is way too easy are people that are taking a raid that is designed for 20 people and they're taking 40 people to it, and they're like, oh, this is super easy. But the unfortunate part is that is the majority of people that play SOD. Like there's very few guilds that are going in and capping themselves at 20 people and then trying to raid the content the way it was designed for. But there, you also have, I have a few arguments on certain classes as well. Like, you know, Bloody plays a hunter, which the rotation for hunter is you pop rapid fire, and then for 20 seconds you just mash the kill shot button, and then rapid fire refreshes in 1 minute. So then after that wears off for 40 seconds, your rotation is kill shot, chimera shot, kill shot, multi-shot, kill shot, chimera shot, kill shot, multi-shot. It's just 3 buttons. The same, basically the exact same pattern over and over and over. It's everything you shoot, there's a kill shot in between it. So it's like you really only have 3 buttons for a hunter, you know, if you're doing ranged. And I'm led to believe that melee hunter is similar or even easier as far as button rotations go. But to be fair, that is still better than jumping into a raid as a fire mage and just doing fireball, 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 fireball. Oh, I'm out of mana. So, I mean, it's like I would argue that he's a little correct, but the argument is, it's like, well, it's harder to put together Legos than it is Lincoln Logs, but at the end of the day, it's all designed for small children, you know?
Yeah.
And for those of you that are too young to know, Lincoln Logs are basically Legos that didn't snap.
What do you mean by those of you? It's just me, man.
Yeah, that's probably true. Well, I mean, we're doing this live on stream, so there could be other people out there as well.
Oh, we're on
There
stream.
could be people under the age
Hi,
of
people.
40 that's watching his stream
Yeah.
that have no idea what Lincoln Logs are.
I'm one of those people.
Yeah. Just think of Legos that didn't actually snap together, they just kind of laid on each other.
Isn't that just like bricks?
Kind
Without-
of. It was designed more like a log cabin kind of concept, so Lincoln Logs were round,
I see.
and they had notches cut in them so that you could, you know, kind of stack them to make a cabin style. It was very rudimentary concept for brick building in the earlier days. But it's like at the end of the day, they're both designed for like 6-year-old children, so neither one of them are particularly difficult.
Yeah.
Good way to get that pattern recognition going, though.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, it's like, so that's kind of, I get some people that are complaining about Classic because Classic is very stupid easy. You know, people have done Classic to death. I mean, for the longest time, the servers, I mean, even like Turtle WoW, it didn't really do PBC content or Wrath content or anything like that. It just did more and more stuff for Classic WoW. It's like, oh, well, everybody's figured out how to min-max this and it's too easy, so now let's just raise the health of everything by 10%. Oh, that was too easy as well, so let's raise it by another 10%. You know, they just kept making it, you know, periodically more and more difficult by just increasing health and potentially reducing the damage before they started adding new content. But they still stayed at kind of like that Classic level, so, you know, people have done Classic to death. And it's just very, you know, it's a solved math equation at this point. It's like, oh, you're playing this class, you want exactly this gear and you hit exactly these buttons, and you basically don't have to change that because there's no real mechanics in any of the fights. So you can just kind of stand there and just mash those buttons. So yeah, I get people not being super happy with Classic. The whole reason I wanted to get in here and do stuff in Classic was to make gold, so that when Burning Crusade comes out, I can outfit a character with all of the absolute best previous items and be, you know, 100% ready to go when raid time starts for TBC.
Yep. Just need a big wallet.
Yeah,
Yeah, but the
that's my goal.
crux of his criticism was that he prefers SOD to this, and so that's his main priority, which is like great.
Yeah, I mean, and that's
Have fun with
perfectly
it.
fine. I mean, I have no problems with people that want to, you know, that SOD is their primary focus. I mean, to be honest, this game is my primary focus, so, you know, my interest level in SOD is already starting to diminish. I'm just not enjoying it over there. I mean, to me, SOD is too easy, and so my argument for that one is both of the versions of the game that I'm playing right now are stupid easy, but SOD has no future for me. Whereas this game, everything that I do is going to be building up to what I want to do later. But if I make 1 billion gold in SOD, doesn't matter because I'll never do anything with it. But if I make 1 billion gold here, it's like that'll be alive for, you know, a shit ton of expansions.
Yeah, as far as I know, they're gonna keep going with this anniversary server, and
I mean, they've at
Wrath
least
and-
stated that they're taking it through Wrath. So, I mean,
Right.
I'm stating ahead of time now, once Wrath is done, I'm done. I'm not going back into
Yeah.
Kata again. The only exception would be if we had a die-hard team and absolutely no one was leaving. But trying to play through Kata with a bunch of scrubs on a dead server and not being able to recruit people and not being able to do like some of the easiest fucking bosses that were out there. I mean, based on how we started that phase and then how the phase ended because people just kept burning out because they hated Kata, it's just like I don't want to go through that again. I think that was awful.
I actually didn't know this was gonna go to Wrath.
Yeah, they
Makes
stated
me want
from
to play
the,
even more now.
yeah, they stated from the beginning it's going all the way through Wrath. They didn't make any commitments for there, but there is a roadmap that gives you the rough estimate on when each of the expansions and each of the phases will hit.
Nice. Okay, yeah. I saw. I think I saw the roadmap just up until TVC.
Yeah.
basically, there's those of us that thought that Wrath was the end, and so they're gonna placate us. Meanwhile, the people that want regular Classic to keep going, like they're going in the mist, so hooray for those guys.
Yeah. It's like, yeah, if the later expansions are your jam, then regular Classic is out there. The only way that I would end up moving away from this version of the game would be if they ended up doing Classic Plus. You know, if they, and it kind of all depends on what Classic Plus is. Like, some people, the argument of Classic Plus is you just keep the game at level 60 and you keep everything how it is currently and you just keep building new content for it. And it's like, I think this version of the game is very dull and boring, and it was only entertaining the first time through. And then now it's just a means to get to TBC. So if that's their concept of Classic Plus, then I would have no interest in it. But if the concept of Classic Plus is, hey, we're going to start over in the Classic era, but we're going to buff all the bosses so that they're actually a mild challenge. We're going to do a shit ton of quality of life stuff. We're going to improve paladins and give them shit that they should have had. We're going to do things like get rid of ammo for hunters and, you know, go ahead and do the changeover for, you know, all of the energy types for the different classes so that the concept for how the classes play stay the same from expansion to expansion. And it will completely change up the game because then you will have hunters with focus in base game instead of not getting it until Kata kind of thing. You know, and they go through and make all of those balancing changes. They, you know, they give us mounts in an earlier level so that leveling isn't such a painstaking and annoying part of the base game. And maybe, you know, maybe add some new stuff to the content that we already have. Maybe not, but at least do that with all the quality of life changes all the way up through the end of Wrath, and then just start making new content from the end of Wrath. And, you know, and just don't do Kata. Because, like, I don't know what they could do to Kata without ripping it apart and rebuilding it from scratch to make it a good expansion. It's universally terrible. People didn't like it back in the day, and then they obviously don't like it now because it's dying. Like, people just don't enjoy what happened to the game in Kata.
Well, Kata is now the Mist of Pandera waiting room.
Yeah, exactly. Well, and I think people are going to end up being disappointed with that as well. I mean, there's a lot of people that were like, oh yeah, I'm playing this just to get to Mists, and then they've already quit playing the game. And who knows how many of them will actually come back once Mists is actually out. But it's sounding like, from what some people are saying, that Dragon Soul is going to be around for quite a while before they get to go to Mists. So we'll see. I guess we'll see how that turns out. But
Well, Missing's supposed to be out in summer. So that's another 4 months or so.
yeah,
We shall.
Dragon Soul, which has been out for the last few weeks, so
yeah,
ooh.
could be a while.
I will say having dual spec in TBC is going to be fucking huge.
Yeah, like I'm looking forward to the fact, like I like the fact that we already have dual spec. That's one really great quality of life change. I wish they would have just kept going with it.
Because Bumpin', you weren't there, but like we had to have Nell like, all right, go healer. She has to like first back to town, and then we have to run outside and summon her. It was such a pain in the ass.
Yeah, that sounds awful.
I would have even, I think it would have even been interesting. This is probably going to be a mildly hot take for a few people, but I kind of think it would have been interesting if they would have started classic, but with the new map that was in Kata, like the altered map. Because some of these zones, like I don't know how they could have reasonably went back and made these zones less painful, but with the Kata map they added tons of extra flight points and things like that, so it made moving around a lot easier. It's like that's the worst part of playing classic right now, is just the absurd amount of time that it takes to run around these zones, and then some of the horrendous quest design like they have in Stone Talon Mountains, for example, where it's like, oh hey, go to the beginning of the zone, get this thing, run 1/8 of the way through the zone, complete a quest, go all the way back to the beginning, now go 2/8 or 1/4 of the way through the zone, do some more, do one more quest, run all the way back to the beginning, get a new quest, now go 3/8 of the way through the zone. And it's like, you know, you spend more time running in that zone than you spend questing from level 1 all the way up until that point. It's like, it's just an absurd amount of running for absolutely no reason, and without completely rebuilding the game. I don't know how they could fix that, and they did away with that kind of stuff when they did the Kata rebuild. So it's not because I think the new map to the old world is superior, you know, as far as like overall cohesion and anything else. I just think that the leveling is more streamlined in that version of the game.
Plus, half of leveling is just running around right now. So if you take that out, what do you have?
You have getting to level 60 and doing stuff you actually want to do. Like my goal here is to make gold. I'm not doing that while I'm leveling.
I'm worried I'm gonna hit 60 and just be bored.
I don't know. I mean, as long as you're finding stuff for yourself to do, I don't think you'll be any more bored than you will anywhere else. But I mean, even if that's the case, I mean, look at the amount of stuff that you and I have planned to do that we're not doing because we're currently spending so much time leveling.
Yeah, that's fair.
So it's like there's a lot of balance that you can have. It's like you can still do stuff in WoW at level 60, just log in and do what you need to do and then be done. You don't have to live on the game.
Man, am I really playing the game?
Yeah.
I'm just a poser at that point, right?
Yeah. I feel like the only reason I'm spending the amount of time I'm spending on the game currently is because I have stuff to do, and you know, it's like it requires a lot of time to do it. It's not necessarily because it's fun, it's because I'm trying to get it completed. So
I've actually been having fun.
Have you?
Probably because I haven't done much leveling. Like I went 1 to 60 in pre-patch before Wrath, but that's what was like boosted rates and all that. So I've never had a real leveling experience.
Yeah, that's valid. I mean, for you, this is all still fairly new because I mean, you leveled up at the tail end of TBC.
Yeah, and that was on Alliance side too. So all this Horde stuff is brand new to me.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think the Horde storyline is better than the Alliance side. You know, just like the overall tone. What were we gonna say, Jim? Sorry, interrupt.
The 100% or whatever EXP boost.
Mm-hmm.
Like, so you were flying through levels. It wasn't the crawl that it is now.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. And also, since everyone was already like 60 playing TBC, all the zones were dead. So I didn't really feel like I was playing with people, like doing dungeons, doing the group quests. I was just either grinding mobs or doing solo quests. And had to do that till 60.
Yeah.
You're doing shit now. There's people everywhere, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, the amount of people that you run into now is actually somewhat annoying.
I just don't like the mages. It's like, just let me hit the one quest mob I need. You can take the rest, but
No.
nope.
Yeah, that's valid.
The rest I don't mind. Like, I actually kind of enjoy the competition, like between tags and stuff. Unless
Yeah.
it's a maid, then they deserve the worst.
So what is it exactly that you want to discuss about the loot situation?
Well, I just wanted to start going over stuff about. I think it's one of those things that is probably going to take a little iteration to figure out. But just going over some preliminary ideas for how we want to change the loot system based on how we did it before. Because I still have the old loot lists up, and I've been spending quite a bit of time building a basically almost like QuickBooks for my mother's new business that she's doing. And I've been doing it all through spreadsheets and stuff like that, using like Google Docs to create this system for her. So I've increased my mastery level of dealing with the spreadsheets and making it do the stuff that I want it to do, and being able to create significantly more powerful spreadsheets than what I had in the past. So I can now automate a whole lot of stuff that we used to take a significant amount of time trying to get done, like going through and organizing the loot list and seeing how many times people were first on, lists for all kinds of stuff. It's like that stuff can all be automated now. Like you can design the spreadsheet in a way to where it will just keep track of how many people are first on everything and just tell you. So I don't necessarily have to go in and do like a tally mark system that takes 4 hours to go through the loot list and figure out. But at the same time, we also have different ideas for how we want to, hand out loot based on things that we learned. So I kind of want to start going over the concepts for what exactly those rules are going to be and what the priority for them are. It's like what's more important, current performance or overall history with the guild, like tenure, things like that. Like which one do we want to put at the forefront? It's like, do we want to give it to this guy because we know he's not going to go anywhere, or do we want to give it to this guy because they're just beating the shit out of everybody else at the moment?
I feel like going off of tenure is just best for the raid because we get better use out of that loot.
Yeah. Well,
but that's hard for recruitment.
Yeah, some of it also has to do with when you think about tenure, though. It's like we had a 25-man raid team that we left Kata with, like the majority of the raid team, or a big portion of the raid team was still there. And some of those people have come over here and may fill roles for the time being, but they may not have the same attitude that they had previously, or oh, okay. I was like, I know that name, and then I just got completely
Your friend from the dragon people.
Yeah, no, it's definitely cool.
Have even more English-speaking warlocks. It's gonna be crazy.
Yeah.
I don't know what we're gonna do this time around. We're gonna ask people to curse things, and they're gonna be able to understand us.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's kind of one of the things that I was looking at, though, is like we have some people that are coming over from the previous version of the game that are talking about changing their characters, or we have people that are coming over. A lot of this stuff will fortunately be able to work out because the base plan is we're going to run with the blue team. Like I want to get the blue team up and running off the ground as soon as we can, as soon as we have enough people who start forming a raid and do like pug stuff, like even if we're pugging half the raid, that's going to be blue team, and it will be all soft reserve, and that's just going to be kind of like our casual team. It'll use raid helper for signups and all that kind of stuff, and people can just sign up if they want to raid, they raid. If they don't want to raid, they don't raid. and like I'm not gonna hold anybody's hand in it and like beg them to sign up and stuff. It's like if we don't get enough signups, we'll just pick up pugs. The whole point of that raid is to be the feeder team for the progression team. So it's like anyone new that's coming in will go into that raid team, and they'll have to prove themselves. And then when a spot opens up in the progression team, then we will, talk with him about moving them up into the position. But the concept about the blue team that I want is I want enough people, decent players that have alts that are playing in that team, to make sure that it's not just an absolute trash team that can't do anything, because you're not going to get high-end players that are going to be happy with slumming it in the shit team if they can't even clear all the content. So it's like, the big difference that I want with that team is, we have some players, like Warfarina is a good example, that, he's a good player, but he just doesn't have the time to devote to raiding every single week. So, he could raid in the blue team, and when he has availability, he signs up and goes to the raid, and then, if he's got vacation plans or, family plans or something like that, then he just doesn't sign up and he doesn't go. But he's still a good player, so the content will still be getting done, like the bosses will still be getting killed and things like that. So yeah, I bet Fluid. I guess Snotty messaged Fairy Fire and was like, hey, it's Snotty Fart. Like some people's names. I think you may have missed him bumping. I don't remember if he was playing when he came in with the End of Wrath, and was,
yeah, this seemed familiar.
Yeah, it was one of Jayla's friends from I can't remember the whole name of the guild. Something Dragons. Savage Dragons. Yeah. So I still keep up with a lot of them, and Jayla's here currently. So I guess he came over because he wants to play some with us as well. I don't know if he's planning on raiding or not, but like some of the argument that I was making about tenure being a thing is we have a lot of people. I mean, every single person in this guild is tenured somewhere. They're either tenured and longtime players with the SOD guild, or they're tenured and pretty longtime players with our original classic guild. So
I think by tenure, I would want to emphasize just likelihood of dropping off the team. Kaz he's most likely not going to go anywhere, right?
Well, but
so
that's the thing, is we don't necessarily know that. I mean, like Kaz is not necessarily the same person that he always was. He's pretty hardcore and going into it right now, but I mean, I was BSing with Kaz last night, and my intention this whole time is I want to go all the way into Wrath. And we were talking about it, and Kaz was like, "Oh wow, this is going all the way into the Wrath." He's like, "That's gonna be like 3 years from now." He's like, "I don't know if I'll be wanting to play that long." And and it wasn't like he has an intention of leaving. It was just that he didn't have the mindset that was our goal from the beginning. So it's like, he may not necessarily be here. He may burn out and quit, because when he was playing with us before, he was just playing WoW. He was just playing Classic. But now he's also, he's an officer on the SOD team, and, has responsibilities and stuff over there. He raids with 2 teams over there. Granted, that's not really much different than raiding with 1 team in the Classic era, because they do everything in a single night, because SOD is so stupid easy. So, it's not like he'll be insanely, swamped with his time. It's just 2 days, which, our raid days will be 2 days, at least for, TBC content. And but he's got a lot more on his plate now than what he did last time, so it could cause some burnout. And then the question will be, well, where does the burnout happen? Is he having more fun here, or is he having more fun in SOD? So, and I kind of wonder with some of the SOD people, even if they do want to get in and run pretty heavily over here, when it comes down to having to drop one or the other, I mean, even for me, SOD is it's just really simple and really lax. It's like, if you just want to do raid content because you just want to raid, it's 1 day a week. And, most of the time it's not even multiple hours. Naxxramas is the first raid that they run into that takes more than an hour and a half to clear. So it's like, for a lot of people, it's like, if you're wanting to drop something that's taking up a lot of your time, it's like you're going to drop Classic before you drop SOD.
I feel like that also is just looking at the people we have now. We have no idea who's going to be here for TBC.
Oh, exactly, yeah.
Once we're looking at the raid team, by the time they're saying, yes, I want to join, the green team, they're gonna have to show some kind of commitment, and then we can sort of gauge who's shown
Yeah,
the
yeah, and
most,
that's valid. Yeah.
who's given most to the guild in the past. Like, I know history, you can't predict the future, but you can get a pattern of behavior
Yeah.
from someone.
Yeah, but Fairy Fire won't be touching sod. So yeah, I mean, but that's and part of that is kind of like, I think it will kind of resolve itself as time goes. You know, we'll have, you know, we'll get more understanding for who's going to be here. Like, I don't have a lot of faith that most of the sod people are going to be here and raid. I'm not saying that none of them will. And I'm not saying necessarily that any of them are shitty players and won't be able to hack it here. It's just a lot of players over there complain about the amount of time that they're putting in. And it's like, everything about Classic is sod, but 10 times longer. You know, it's like, you know, like we had people that said that they wanted to come over here and hardcore raid, but then they're sending me messages in the middle of sod fights complaining because we're taking 5 and 6 attempts to kill a boss. And it's like, we did 120 something attempts on heroic Lich King before we killed him. It's like, if you can't do 5 to 8 kills, or like 5 to 8 wipes before you get a kill, how are you going to do 30 wipes in a night and not kill it? You know, it's like, how are you going to show up for two 3 to 4 hour sessions where you do nothing but wipe on a boss all night long? Now, I would like to think that moving forward, people, yeah. I would like to think that moving forward, where Classic has been so recent, that the amount of wipes necessary to kill some of these bosses is going to be significantly reduced. I mean, even the top guilds in the world were doing 100 to 150 attempts on a lot of those later bosses, but it's because no one had really played Wrath of the Lich King in 20 years. So it's like, well, most of the population can't say that anymore that are playing WoW. It's like, we're going to have some new people that are playing Anniversary Edition that never did this stuff before. But a lot of people are the people that just enjoy this era, and they just did, you know, Lich King a year ago. So, you know, 3 years from now or 2 years from now, when we're doing Lich King again, it's going to be a lot more fresh in people's minds, and I don't think it will take as long to get those kills in the future. So,
yeah,
but I mean,
agreed.
at the end of the day, it's still practice. Like it's not necessarily that Lich King is hard. It's like, you just got to get in and get the practice done, and a lot, you know, the people are like, oh my god, the world first guilds, you know, it's like they're going in launch week and they do everything in one day. And it's like, yeah, I like, you know, I know someone that's in the 11th guild in the world right now, and you know, they took 11th in the world on Dragon Soul. Yeah, they logged in and did it within a few hours of launch, but they spent hundreds of hours on private servers before that came out. So it's like, it's not like they're not doing 200 attempts on bosses. They're just doing it in a private server before the content comes out. So, and it's like, that's one of the things that's really hard to get people to understand when you're recruiting people, is everyone is putting in this trial and error time. It's just the hardcore teams are doing it on a private server, and they go in and do it, and then when they succeed at it, they reset the server and do it again. And it's like, they just keep doing it over and over and over to perfect it. And, you know, getting random recruits and stuff like that in don't really understand that. The thing that I'm excited for about this time around for us is we have a good base of people that already know how I lead raid teams and what I expect out of people, and we know that they're good players. I mean, like Thorg is a great player, you know, for example. And, you know, so it's like, we're going to be starting with him. Instead of having to find him, he's going to be there. And when we started this team originally in Burning Crusade, you know, 3 years ago, or however long it was at this point, we didn't have any stars in the game. It's like, I was by far the best player in the team that we had, because we had a bunch of people that basically didn't even speak English and couldn't understand, you know, things that were being told to them, like, hey, I need you to go here and do this. So they're like, okay. And by K, I mean, you know, QUE, not okay. So,
Good one.
yeah. So, you know, so the people that we were raiding with were not people that had any previous experience in raiding. This time we're going in a different way, and I'm not going to be the top player. So it's like, to me, that's exciting, that we're going to have people that are in here that are good at what they do and already know how to play the class, which will make it easier to attract more people of that mindset. So it's like we won't have the slow burn start like we did the first time around. This will be a lot more fast paced going into this higher end content.
Yeah, I feel like last time around we were never able to get over the hump to like quite reach the point where we wanted. We were just always stuck with like a few stragglers that we wanted to get fixed up to the roster.
Yeah, we always had a handful of people that just weren't putting in the effort and were holding the rest of the team back because they were just dying too frequently, or they sucked at their rotation, were doing half the DPS of some other people. And it's like, well, it's like when you're doing 10,000 DPS, it's like, I don't want to just take 24 raiders. It's like the 5,000 DPS is still 5,000 DPS, but it's like they clearly aren't trying. And at that point, you know, people were starting to burn out with the game and stuff, and you know, the Atish server was just, I mean, it was just absolutely melting down. Everyone was leaving the server. Like anytime a guild broke up, all of the serious stragglers just transferred to another server, and you know, so it was really rough trying to recruit people.
Yeah, because I feel like high tier players especially, they're not going to limit themselves to a server. They're going to start reaching out to guilds and other servers because logs still carry over. You can just link them the same thing and then just pay for a transfer and they'll take you in.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, once you have decent logs, yeah, you can get in anywhere. I mean, that's how I got into. That's how I actually got to know Nell. I was on a different server, and that server had started dying. Like all the top guilds were kind of stopping playing, and I still wanted to play and, you know, go strong with it. So I just went to another server, created a character, logged into. I guess it was Warcraft logs at the time. It may have just been WoW progression, but I think Warcraft logs was around by the original Wrath. But I just logged in, figured out who the top guilds were on the Horde side, and then I just started messaging people and like, hey, I'm from another server. Here's my data. You know, I'm interested in server transferring because the server that I'm on is dying, and I want to be in a progression guild and doing top end stuff. And you know, I found a guild that was willing to take me, transferred my character over to the server, and instantly joined the guild and had a raid spot. So. And it's even easier to do now because it's like you don't even have to create a character on another server and track them down. You just got to find the Discord and just start messaging people. So you don't even have to wait for them to be online. You can just send them a message and wait for them to get back to you.
Yep. I mean, I think there's even systems built into Warcraft logs for that now, like recruitment systems.
Yeah, Warcraft logs does have a recruitment system. I don't know how many people actively use it. I had it on for our guild, but I never once got a person that was like, hey, I saw you guys on Warcraft logs and I wanted to join. So it doesn't mean that no one found us that way. It just means if they did, they weren't being vocal about it.
Yeah.
So anyways, so if we're looking at the concept of loot, I definitely think tenure should have a factor that it plays. But like, for example, you came in at the end of Burning Crusade. We had a pretty decent team at that point, and you were officially starting to raid with us at the launch of Wrath. What would your thoughts have been about a raid team if I said, hey, all these other guys were here before you, so even though you're performing really well, you're going to be middle to the end of the road of getting loot?
Well, it shouldn't be heavy enough to, like, we are going to have to take it a case-by-case basis, because I remember the first couple of raids I did with you guys were like it was at the end of TBC.
It was during the free patch. Like it was in the face roll window. That was the only reason we took you, was because we could afford to, because there was no difficulty to the raids left anymore.
But you had told me like I didn't have anything to prove myself, like that I was good. I also wasn't good at the time.
Yeah.
But I was okay with the fact that you saying like, hey, listen, we already have a loot list, but anything else that goes to roll, you can roll on. And I was like, great. Now if I came into Wrath and like the other rogue we had at the time, I remember him being pretty good as well. Yeah. At that point, if him and I were still in Wrath and we were like a quarter of the way through Nax and I was blowing through him in the charts, at that point I wouldn't really want tenure to matter.
Yeah.
Like tenure should matter up till a certain point. I think it should, I don't know, because there are cases where I think my main point is just be very wary of brand new players.
Yeah.
But I also don't know where that cutoff should be. Like, should we wait a month to like start pushing them up based off performance? A couple of months, an entire raid tier?
Yeah.
We'll have to decide
So-
what that line is.
I think, to your point, it should be on a case-by-case basis. But when it comes to certain things, it should definitely go to the person that we know is going to stay. Like, Dragon Spine Trophy is going to be the thing that all the melee wants in PvC.
Well, I mean,
should
basically every DPS is going to want it, but it's like that's one of the ones that, unless something has changed since we played, the only class that kept it till late game was Hunters. So it's like that will be that's a Hunter prio because they keep it all the way until I think Sunwell. Like I don't think they actually replace it until Sunwell.
And I would agree with that. We should
Yeah.
look at items and like which class or which player specifically will bring the most value out of this right now.
Yeah.
That
Well,
would be
so
ideal.
as far as I know, rogues, hunters, fury warriors, like none of the melee DPS ever swapped out of it.
Yeah.
The entire expansion.
Well, I don't remember what the trinket was. There was another trinket in Trial of the Crusader, I think.
Yeah.
That was, like, good
Deathwish
for-
or whatever it was. It was like
Yeah,
insane
it was-
warriors.
Trial of the
Mhm.
Crusader is Wrath Medu.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're
I
talking
think
about
I think he's just talking about items like we're talking about an overall like arcing loot system that will affect everything, not specifically just loot from TPC.
Well,
Right,
I remember
but-
for that item, like it was BIS for like almost all physical damage classes, but warriors made the most use out of it right away and also carried it forward.
Yeah, I don't think
And-
they replaced it even in ICC, whereas a lot of other classes did. Like Hunters really wanted it, but then they replaced it.
I think we should value whatever gets the most. We should prioritize whatever brings the most value in the moment.
Yeah.
But as an example, Deathbringer's Will. We gave it to Travius and then he quit the day after. Like those are the types
Yeah.
of things we want to avoid.
But
Yeah.
how can we avoid that though?
Well, I mean, some of the things that I wonder about Travius, like I would have liked it better if Travius would have just actually said what was going on. I mean, because he server transferred. It wasn't with him, it wasn't just I don't like you guys anymore and just left. He didn't ever say specifically what the problem was on why he was on why he left, but he server transferred and just didn't say anything to anybody. So it's like everything that we're looking at there is speculation. We had been saying for the longest time that we didn't have any interest in going to Kata. So I mean, his argument may have been like, well, I found another guild that is also doing ICC that is planning on going to Kata, and I want to go to Kata. He didn't tell us what his reasoning for dipping was, so it's all just speculation at this point. I never felt like he hated us or thought we were a shitty team or anything, so I don't know if I don't know the actual reason that he left. So like using him as an example of like, oh, well, we shouldn't give gear to people like that. He had been with the guild for a while, longer than more than 50% of the members, and he was a good player compared to what we had at the time, and he always showed up to raids. So it's like, how are you going to find that person in the future? Like, how are you going to spot him and say, oh, we shouldn't give this guy loot? Because he never had any indicator that he was going to go anywhere, and he never had any indicator that we didn't want him anymore because he was bad at what he did.
Yeah, and that's what I meant by that's sort of it's just impossible to figure out. We
Yeah.
can't detect that, and I feel like even trying is just pointless.
Yeah. So it's like I really wish we could have done like some sort of an exit interview with him just to find out why he what the actual reason was behind why he left. Because the fact that he just server transferred and was just gone, didn't say a word or anything, and then changed his name on the new server, so we couldn't even track him down and be like, hey, what what happened? So yeah, I mean, there were a lot of people that didn't like my raid leading style. They didn't like that I held them accountable for shit. And if they sucked, I told them, and told them they needed to get better or they weren't going to be here anymore. Like a lot of people really didn't like being held accountable, but they were always pretty vocal about it. Like you knew that they were unhappy with the fact that I didn't put up with their bullshit. So it's like those people, it's kind of like, yeah, like these guys could blow up and melt down and just disappear at any moment. What's the word that people use now? Crashing out, the phrase.
I told you, if someone, if either they had a problem with me or they had a problem with you, like you and I were just two of the most disliked people. I think half of that has to do with that server in general.
Yeah.
No, I think using That's My Biz, having people submit their wish lists like you did, but just finding a way. But I think it is going to be we're going to have to come up with some sort of criteria as like, do we want the highest parsing players with the most tenure to be first on the list for some things? Or...
Yeah.
I actually wouldn't want to go back to That's My Biz. I think I was thinking about this a little bit yesterday, and what I would like to see ideally is like the raids, unless they're changing anything, we already know what items are going to be best for what class.
Yeah.
I think we can already sit down and just figure out like, okay, when this item drops, the players playing this class should get it first, and then in general we should be following that as like a template, but then individual player swaps you can make at the time.
The reason that I liked using, I don't know if we necessarily need to use That's My Biz. The reason that we did that was because it was easier to pull from that list, because you could just export that into a CSV and then import it straight into a Google Sheets or something like that. And the main reason that I was doing that is it wasn't necessarily for trying to determine what everybody's BIS list was. It was more for the concept of allowing people to put in some input on what items that they wanted first, or primarily based off of how lucky they had been on getting gear, because that's a lot of work for us to have to go behind the scenes and do, because if we're going to pass out loot completely without any input from the players whatsoever, if we have 25 raiders, then we're going to have to look through 25 people and go, okay, well, what pieces of gear do they have right now? What did they not get from the previous raid tier? And then now, how important is this piece of gear for them to get? Whereas before, when they felt like they had a say in what they were getting, and they turned in this list in the order in which they wanted to receive them, the idea was that they were putting the best stuff, like the things that they really needed, they were putting that first. So if they didn't get bracers in the previous tier, then bracers were the top thing on their list that that they would put in for the next tier, because it was a tier behind. So that would be a large upgrade for them versus we giving it to a different mage, for example, who, and I say mage because I'm playing one, but giving it to a different mage that already has the previous tier bracer. It would be better for the guild overall to give it to the person that is an entire tier behind. That would increase the raid's DPS more than giving it to someone else that was only a single upgrade, a single tier upgrade.
See your point of like why we wouldn't want to do that, because that is an insane amount more work than what we were already doing, but we have the benefit of time now where we can, like, once we figure out the loot system, we can just start building the tooling for it now. I know in Warcraft logs, like in the tools I built before, you can access the gear people are wearing. Yeah. And that can have like checks in there, like pick up if they have this gear and then sort it by all players' bracers. If I want to, like, if a bracer drops, who should it go to? Sort all the rogues by their bracers. Let's see who has the shittiest bracers, and then decide like, have they been here long enough? Are they a high tier enough player, or should we like give it to someone else where it isn't that much of an upgrade, but they're likely not going to run away with the item?
Right. Yeah.
We can do something like that to still avoid that work, but gain the benefits from it.
Yeah.
Just depends on how we want to do it. But yeah, a lot of the difficult things related to that, I would like to have automated by the time we're like stepping into raid. Like, it should ideally like should all be done like within a few clicks.
Yeah. So some of the neat things that they have improved with Gargle as well, which I'm really interested in trying to get a little more mainstream into passing out gear as well, is a lot of stuff from Gargle is automated now to where it actually keeps track of things. So if like in a soft reserve environment, I used it for the first time last night passing out loot for I should say first time this time around, since they've done all the improvements to it for the AQ40 run that we did last night in SOD. And for a soft reserve run, I imported the list from soft reserve, and when it came time to to pass out the loot, you just hold down Alt and left click and it starts a roll. Like it does an automatic raid warning, and it will even include the names. If 3 people had the item soft reserved, it would be like, hey, here's the item we're rolling for, you have 10 seconds to roll for it. It does an auto countdown, and it's like, these are the 3 people that had it on soft reserve, so those are the only 3 people that should be rolling on this. And then it even has a window on it so that when they rolled, it showed in the window who has the highest roll, and it took into consideration, it's like if you got a 99 but you weren't soft reserving, or if you rolled /99 because you wanted it for offset, it knew that, and it kept all of it in a little window to show you, so that when the rolling was over, you knew exactly who that piece of gear needed to go to, and then you could just right click it and hand it to them. The other amazing thing about it is you could pick up gear. So if I tried to award it to you excuse me, and you had a full inventory for whatever reason, or you were outside of the zone at the time, and it failed to do the award, well, if I pick it up, if you come and open a trade with me, it would automatically stick that item in the trade for me, because it knows that you want it. So like, I don't even have to find you and click on you and click trade and then drop the correct item in the inventory. Gargle just knows and just sticks it in there. So a lot of that feature we wouldn't use for our system because we would have a predetermined loot list. But the fact that we can upload that loot list, it will tell us when you mouse over it, it changes the tooltip and says, this is the person that this is supposed to go to. So you don't even have to reference a list. You just mouse over it in the boss's inventory or in yours, and it's like, here's who's supposed to get this piece of gear.
Yeah. So it seems like we won't need anything for at least handing out things in raid then. As long as we're able to output a format that Gargle can recognize, we should be fine. A lot of the what's missing is gonna be around the decision making of the priority.
Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out if there are steps where we can automate that, or maybe there's tools we can build where we can surface data a lot quicker just to get to the answers quicker.
One of the nice things about going through this time with this is the fact that we know ahead of time where the what the BIS loot is. Like, because when we were playing Classic before, we had to wait for BIS lists to come out because it was the first time people were playing through Classic. We had different rotations that people were using, so that meant that different pieces of gear were BIS, and no one had kept old data from original playthrough, and most of that data was incorrect at this point based on how things have changed. It's like, but this version, this anniversary version, for the most part, is going to be identical to Classic. So it's like, well, if that's the case, then we already know what all of the BIS lists are. They're already recorded. You can just go to Wowhead or of the various discords for the different classes and be like, I want to know what is the BIS list for a fire mage in phase 2 of Wrath of the Lich King, and it's like, here it is. Like, we're not having to wait until a week before raids start to figure out what BIS lists are to then start releasing them and getting things organized. Like, we literally could sit down right now and be like, here is our loot plan. It's like, we don't know the names of the people that we're handing them out to, but from now all the way through the end of Wrath, here is every single hot ticket item and what classes should get them first. Like, what classes will benefit the most. Like, but we can plan all of that out ahead of time.
Yeah, we could literally do it right now if we wanted to.
Yeah.
Like, all the info is there.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So it's like it would be one of those things where it's going to be a long set down, and I don't know if I want to do them that far in advance. But but yeah, I mean, we could that's some kind of automation that we could get and just put it in a file essentially for later points. It's like, we could go ahead and do like, well, we could go ahead and have the first phase for
well, I think those
like for TBC built up and ready to go.
Those templates I actually have seen built for some of the Wrath raids. Like in general, warriors should get this item first, then rogues, then blah blah blah, and it does that for each of like the hot ticket items, or just pretty much all the BIS items for each class.
Yeah.
So we can just pull from those directly.
Yeah.
I think the automation we're gonna need is just the decision making process of like, okay, we have 4 warrior spots and we have 4 warriors. In what order are we gonna put these 4 warriors?
Yeah, exactly.
That's where all the decision making is gonna come into play.
Yeah.
And that's where we'll think of things like, well, do you want to have a situation like, let's say we do have 4 warriors, 3 rogues, but all of a sudden we pick up a new rogue, and it is a rogue BIS item. Should that brand new rogue still get that BIS item before all the warriors that have been here?
That's something that I want to be more aggressive about this time around, as far as I don't want new stuff going to people who are unproven. So it's like, yeah, maybe this is an absolute BIS, and maybe it's 3 times more powerful for a rogue than a warrior, but this warrior has proven themselves. They've been here for a while, they're doing good damage, and they've been on the waiting list, and then you just jump in. We don't know you, we don't know if you're going to stay, we don't know how good you are. It's like, I want the wait list on loot to be longer this time around, because, we placated to people the first time around with the arguments of like, oh, well, I'll never be good because, like, I can't get good numbers because I can't get the loot that everybody else is getting. And then, I mean, time and time and time again, we proved that if you were in phase 1, if you were in full phase 1 gear, and then we recruited you for phase 2 content, the amount of DPS that you were missing was minimal because of the gear that you were missing. It's like it was very easy for you to still reasonably parse if you had all of the BIS gear from the previous phase. It's like you could still very easily be a purple parser. So that this argument of like, oh, well, I can't purple parse because everybody's in tier 10 gear and I'm only in tier 9 gear. It's like, we debunked that. It's bullshit.
Yep.
Now,
well, this is also where I think we should listen, because like we had one of the shortest trial periods. A lot of the other people did 4 weeks at least. So.
Yeah. Like I definitely want the trial period to be longer. Oh shit! I want the trial period to be longer this time around, and I really want us. Well, I mean, one part I guess about the trial period too is the concept is we shouldn't even really be dealing with trial periods as much as we were before, because we're specifically putting people in in the kind of like casual team before they're allowed to come to the hardcore team. So it's like this would only be effective if we lost somebody from the hardcore team and we had to replace them right now, and there was no one on the casual team that was ready to take that spot. So it's like that should be something that's not coming up super regularly anyways, because we should be pulling people from the other team that we already know can perform, and they've already been with the guild for a little while, even if it wasn't specifically on the progression team. Like, we should be able to see what kind of player they are, if they're pushing, if they're pushing their parsing numbers and stuff like that. Something else that I want to get into as well, which this is an anti-bumping policy, but I also want to take into consideration people who spend more time dead than alive in fights. It's like just because you're the number 1 parser, it doesn't mean anything if you're lying dead on the floor because you don't know how to look at a like a threat table. So it's like I don't want that to be an issue next time around either.
I agree. The number 1 priority should be raid progression.
Yeah.
If I'm on the floor not doing damage, I'm not helping the raid progress. So
yeah,
no complaints.
Yeah, I didn't figure you would have a complaint with it, but you were definitely not the only person that had that problem. From back in the day, we had a lot of people that would frequently have issues with staying alive.
I blame the healer still.
Yeah.
That's why the MDs need to go out faster.
I mean, a lot of my deaths I feel like were just thread issues because of I am a bit of a parse monkey.
A lot of your deaths where you were trying to hit the boss 0.001 seconds after the tank.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean,
That's
you
how
were,
you
like
parse?
extreme min-maxing there.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
then,
that's what you gotta do.
there were times where you fucked that up, like in Saffron.
Oh, many times.
Look, we got Bloody in here.
Yeah, limit that.
He's saying, to be fair, the misdirect can't work if he hits the boss before the hunter can.
That is also true.
If I'm able to run faster than your arrow, that's a problem.
Well, I
Maybe
think
faster.
the argument is you're stealthed, so you're already like up the boss's butthole. It's not a question of your travel time. It's a question of your arm extends faster to stab the creature that you're inside of it already than it takes for the arrow to shoot
stealth-
from across the map.
Stealth is not that much stronger. I can stand like maybe one COVID distance away
One
from you
COVID
guys.
distance.
Like that's as far as like Center and I would go.
You,
'Cause
you realize you're starting to become more American by saying that, right? Like you're
COVID
less
distance?
Canadian
Just
because of that
using-
comment.
arbitrary values for measurement.
Yeah,
so-
you're not using the metric system. You're just using arbitrary values because you refuse to use the metric system.
Well, let's just say I know my audience.
Yeah,
I know what I'm talking
there you go.
to.
So that's valid. Totally fair. That reminds me back to that. Like it's somewhere in the history of our stuff, but it's like Americans will use anything but the metric system, and it's a picture of a 2x4 that they were using for like building a roof or something like that, and on the side of it it says 242 dicks.
Hey, all you gotta do is get the point across.
Yeah,
It
two
works, it
fairy
works.
fires. It's 2 fairy fires away.
Yep, we also use that.
So yeah, but yeah, I think we've got a decent concept for what we want to do with this at this point. Is just making sure that I think some of the concerns that we have will be alleviated by having a second team. It should make recruiting a lot easier, because I think the way that Joe likes to recruit, I think having this recruit system, or like having a 2-team system, will be very useful, because Joe just likes to get asses in seats, and with this system he can do that, and then we have time to tell whether or not they are good before they actually get into the progression team, as opposed to before, where recruiting was very difficult to do, and he's like, I'm just trying to get a person, and he gets a person, and then they end up being bad because, we don't know anything about them.
Well, a lot of our issues also stem from the fact that we were a weekend team, and if we're gonna raid on the weekdays, that should alleviate that problem.
Yeah.
And then the other problem that we faced was that server in general was just trash. So
Yeah.
Yeah, this is the only PvE anniversary server, right? So
Yeah, it's the
Anyone-
only PvE anniversary server, and it's really interesting being in the like leadership Discord. Like there's a lot of people that are already complaining about recruiting and stuff like that, and they just put out a post not too awful long ago where people are up to the same shit that they used to be back on the Atish server, where they will just go in like every couple of hours. They have a refresh limit on how frequently you can refresh your recruit post, and then they just have different people going in and refreshing, so that they're refreshing like 15 times a day. And the guy that runs the Discord, put out a thing the other day, and he was like, look, you guys have got to stop cheating to push your guild back to the top of the recruiting list. It's like, the rule is you refresh your post once a day, and that's it. And like, so many people are mad because they don't they'll refresh during prime time, and then they immediately get pushed like way down in the list, and it's like, I don't know. My argument on that one is it's like if you're recruiting people based on the fact that they just go to the Discord and they message the very first guild that's at the top of the list, it's like, is that really the kind of people that you want in your guild? Because they're not taking any time to research. They're just like, oh look, this guild's recruiting, I'm going to join it. It's like they're not serious about what they're doing.
Yeah, no matter what kind of player you are going to browse a bit, because if you're looking for specifically a hardcore or non-hardcore environment, you're gonna want to like find the right guild for that and see like if they're doing things that align with your interests.
Right.
You could have the argument like, I don't know, if there's like 5 hardcore guilds pushed above yours in your hardcore guild.
Yeah.
See how that might work.
I mean, like for me, when I'm looking at a guild that I want to join, I go to Warcraft logs and I click on progression and I find out who's doing the bosses first. And then I start on that list and I find the first one on the list that's willing to take me based on, you know, whatever my current parses and stuff are. It's like, you know, well, if I was in a shitty guild previously and my parses are low, I'm not going to get in the #1 guild on the server, but, you know, maybe shooting for 5th or 6th guild on the server isn't too bad. And then, you know, if that guild's doing well, then I'm content with it. Because at the end of the day, I'm fine with just clearing content. Like, I don't have to be the #1 parser in the world. But if you're in the #5 guild in the world and you can't do a top-end parse, that's not your guild, that's you. You suck. So, you know, it's like the #5 guild on your server should be good enough that you can parse and take server first parses if you're actually good at your class. So yeah, I mean, I just have a different opinion for how to go and look for the guild that I wanted to be in. And to be honest, whatever's going on in a server Discord is not how I did. You know, it doesn't matter who's at the top of that recruiting list. I'm not going to that list to look for a guild to join. I go and find the guild that I want to join, and then I go look in the list and see if that guild is recruiting the class that I'm playing. It's like, that's the only reason I'm looking at recruiting posts is, oh, you guys are the #1 guild. Do you even want a hunter? Oh, they don't. Okay, not going to talk to them. Move on to the next guild. So, yeah, it's like the position in which that guild exists in that list is irrelevant for people who are serious about raiding.
Yep.
So we're thinking, I guess at this point, the conclusion is we have people set up where they're going to be coming into the casual team to begin with, and hopefully we don't run into the stupid bullshit issue of the casual team versus the hardcore team concept. You know, like, we're designing these guilds or these raid teams so that one is better than the other. It's like, that's the whole point. It doesn't mean that because you are on the B team or whatever you want to call it that you're a worse player. It just means that, well, you're in the waiting room. So either your DPS isn't where it needs to be, which is a you problem, or we just don't have a position in the raid team to add anyone else, or you're playing a class that we only need 1 or 2 of and we're full on and we don't want to bring a third.
How about this situation? Let's say we are like halfway through TBC and some random rogue pulls up in our filler group or our waitlist group, and he's just blowing me out of the water. Are we going to be dropping people from the hardcore team based off new people that come in?
I guess that depends on how much of a difference it is. I mean that's going to be pretty seriously concerning in my opinion, because if we're pushing a progression team, that means that you should have the ability to parse, and if you are not pulling your own weight, that should be a problem that we're addressing long before we find somebody else that's blowing you out of the water, and you should know at that point that your raid spot is in jeopardy. So right. Yes, I do think if we pull in someone else who is, like, if they're, like, your quote, blowing you out of the water, then you do not deserve to be on the progression team. Like, if you're on a progression team and we're, you know, and we're setting in where this is a mega server, you know, before top 10 on the server was like a reasonable spot to set in. I think top 20 on the server is a potentially a good spot to set in. My opinion of that may change as we see how progression does later on. I mean, we just may have a whole lot of people that just don't give a shit about progressing on this server, and being in top 10 is a more reasonable thing. But if we're going for a top percentage of spot on the server, and someone else comes into the raid team that blows you out of the water, then you don't deserve to be on the team to begin with, and that should have already been a conversation that had come up before that person came in.
Right. Now what if, like, that gap between me and the other player could be smaller up to the point where we're even players? How big would that gap need to be for us to consider a replacement? What do you think? Like, instead of blowing me out of the water, what if they were like 5% parts better?
I think a lot of it has to do with more than just necessarily the number of parse, but why. It's like, why is that person out parsing you? Is it because they're just hungrier than you are? Do they just have a handful of pieces of gear better than you do? They came in from another top-end guild? Or are you just losing your drive to play? And see, that to me, that's the big catcher, because if you're giving up and you're just not pressing as hard anymore, then you're on the verge of burning out, and I want to get you replaced. So if that's the case, in my opinion, the gap could be much smaller. But if it's just because, it's like, if you're still a pretty hardcore player and it's just like, oh, I didn't realize that I was doing something wrong, I've seen this guy do this and now I'm going to do better, because I've learned something, then it's like, I'm fine with giving somebody a little bit of time to try to figure out how to fix their problems.
Right.
But yeah, I mean, that's definitely something that we need to kind of figure out before we move forward, before we get to the point of that being an issue, because it is definitely something that will come up at some point, and we need to understand, how we're going to deal with that.
Yeah. So you're thinking once we get to, because we are gonna have to manage 2 raid teams at this point. We're gonna need, well, what is it, like 80 people for Classic, or are we gonna go to 2?
It's only gonna be 1 raid team for Classic. With the 2 will come when we go to TBC. That way we can kind of cannibalize from the team. It's like, okay, well, now we're going into TBC. We're gonna start, picking people up for green team. The beginning of TBC is super shitty because the majority of your gear is coming from 10-mans anyways. So that will give us a lot of time to recruit the additional people that we need and stuff like that. So.
And whereas before, where if you ran a 25-person team, you're gonna always have 5 people out. Having 2 teams, 25 each. Now you've got 5 10-man.
Yeah. Yeah, you would have 5 10-man. You're still going to run into the issue of not having enough tanks, but thankfully we'll have.
Dual spec.
We'll have dual spec from the beginning, so that'll be huge.
Your paladins can run these bench warriors.
Yeah.
You should be able to.
I mean, and to be fair, pretty much everything in like the beginning, like if you're doing Karazhan, I mean that can be tanked in dungeon greens and blues. Like you don't need insane gear. You don't need to be wasting money on a tanking set specifically for Karazhan. And then if you're not in Karazhan, it's 25-man content, so you don't need the extra tanks anymore.
And something that the feeder team is going to be able to do is that we have a lot of people that show up and they're like, hey, I don't have the parses. You give me a chance. I will show you.
Yeah.
Yeah. We don't have to do that during their trial. We can get that done way before that.
Yeah, exactly.
Look,
I mean, and that's the other thing to look at too, is if people have spent a significant amount of time running with the B team, do we even want to have them on a trial for loot once they switch to the to green team?
I think the trial basically is just being on green team, right? It's just be there for X amount of time.
Well, no, I mean what I mean is like, let's say somebody joins and they're running on blue team for like 3 months and they've been putting up phenomenal numbers and they're just waiting for a spot. Well, when a spot opens up, do we want them to then have to go through another trial period? Or, I mean, to me, I kind of feel like however long they have to stay on the like the blue team is kind of like their trial period, because we're basically saying if you don't meet the standard, then you don't get to come to green team. So it's like that's kind of the trial is, did you prove yourself while you were on the blue team? If so, you're moving to green team, and you I think they should be able to go straight into receiving loot. Because they've already been with it, they've already been with the guild for a while. We know what kind of person they are. We know if they're pushing themselves, trying to parse, and and that'll be the expectation of people. We've proven that people can orange and pink parse with with an underperforming team. I mean, we've had people pushing orange and pink parsing in Kata when half of the raid team was blue parsing. So it's like it's reasonable for people to get nice high parses. And even if their parses aren't amazing, if their argument is like, oh, well, I really feel like I'm a good player, but I play a class that just really is screwed if we don't have insanely fast kill times, and the blue team doesn't do insanely fast kill times, then we could go in and actually look at their rotation and be like, yeah, your rotation is flawless, so the problem is the team that you're on. Like, that's something that would be easily discernible at that point.
Yeah. Makes sense. So green team or blue team, whichever team it is, will be like the trial period.
Yeah, and it's also another one of those things where I don't even know if I want to. Before we were using the baseline of everybody has to purple parse, like that was a requirement for being in the team, and you were kind of on the chopping block if you weren't purple parsing. But sometimes I kind of wonder how valid of an argument that is. I want to put more time into the math this time around before I choose a parsing threshold to determine whether or not you're being successful at your class. Because I mean, sometimes the difference between a blue and a purple parse is like 200 DPS. And sometimes it's not even that big of a deal. And it's like, if you're doing 10,000 DPS, is 200 DPS really going to make or break what you're doing? And then how much of a gap is it from the first purple parse up to the orange parse window?
Yes, the only thing I could see eating at people's parses unfairly would be raid responsibilities. Like, this warlock is specific for dealing with this one specific mechanic. Of course, their parses are gonna be like maybe a tier lowered.
Yeah, I mean, if you have somebody on like bitch duty or something like that, it's like, hey, you're responsible for all of this particular thing, like you have to do every decurse or whatever, then it's like, oh well, yeah, they're gonna parse shit because they're not just able to sit there and monkey their rotations. So
well, and as an example, in TBC, whichever warlock is able to use Bane of Doom was gonna naturally have more DPS than the other one.
Yeah,
because we're all gonna have to pick a curse that we have to put on the bosses.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's valid, because I don't know how that's working though, because one of the things that they did this time around, at least for Classic, was they removed the cap on debuffs. So I don't know how that's going to work going into like TBC and Wrath and stuff, if it's still going to be beneficial to have people doing a whole bunch of different curses, or if everyone will just be able to use the same curse because they won't cause like overlap issues like they did previously.
Right, but it's not about overlap. So like for Warlock, the reason why we pick different curses is because of
the various debuffs that it gives.
Right. So one Warlock will have Bane of Doom, which is just a straight DPS debuff.
Yeah.
But then one will do Curse of Elements, which will give, I promise you, the mages and all them, they want that because it increases their damage, so on and so forth. But I'm just saying that, like, whoever the Warlock that gets to do Bane of Doom is going to always have...
Yeah, their DPS is going to be higher because the curse they're doing is a straight DPS curse versus a curse that is doing 0 DPS, but increasing the DPS of all of the other casters.
And then, I don't know if but like Power Infusion was a thing, and that would count towards your DPS until they decided to change it to Wrath. Yeah.
I hope that is something that they keep moving forward. Like, I'm hoping that we're not going to run into issues of having people getting boosts to their damage based on some other random buff. Like I hate the fact of of something like PI actually counting towards your DPS, because then that means only one person is going to get PI and only one of them are going to be able to parse well. It also artificially inflates the parse requirements for people that, you know, like that's one of those things where I say it's not fair for like say a mage. If every mage, if all the top parsing mages get PIs and they're just getting PIs rotated on them, so they're getting more than one in a fight, if you are not the mage that is getting PI, you are going up, you're parsing against people who are getting a PI. So even if I say, oh, you need to have purple parses, it's like even that's not reasonable, because all of the purple parsing mages also are getting PIs. They're just significantly shittier mages. So, you know, it's like normally normally you're going to get PI to the top mage in your group, but I mean, there's a lot of groups that are lesser groups that their top mage with a PI starts moving into the purple parsing range where they wouldn't if they didn't have the PI. So it's like that's why I was saying I want to put more research this time before I pick a specific point where I say, oh, if you're not meeting, you know, like if you're not at least this tall, then you can't be in this raid team.
Yeah, agreed.
I don't think we did a very fair job of that previously, like ensuring that we were having a completely fair system for people to be able to.
I would agree, and
perform.
it's gonna be on a class by class, fight by fight basis, because, you know, SSC, your hunters are gonna be down there dunking on Vash.
Yeah. And I mean, I think another thing that will help us out a lot as well is we're coming into this content with everybody has an understanding for what's considered to be the top and what you need to get there. You know, like when we were doing this stuff in the moment previously, especially in the TBC era, it was a lot more difficult to keep up with what exactly was going on, because like not only were we having to refresh our memories with what 20-year-old raid mechanics were, and then having to learn all these new rotations and all this kind of stuff. A lot of people that are going to be playing from scratch, you know, like from the beginning of raid content, they already know how to play their class. I mean, like Thor was a really good warrior, and you know, he's playing warrior now, so it's like he's going to be familiar with warrior day one of TBC, and he's already done the rotation before, so he's not going to have to learn a brand new rotation that he's never seen before. He's just going to be using the meta rotation from Classic, because that's going to be the meta rotation in Anniversary Classic, unless they change something. So, you know, it's like, so there's going to be a lot less of a learning curve going forward this time around, unless you're getting people that are just completely brand new to the game. And I don't want to completely rule out those people, because to be fair, you know, Bumpin' ended up being one of the better players that we had for parsing and had never played before. So.
And did you play Combat Rogue in TBC, or was it just Assassination?
I leveled with combat, but by the time I stepped into raid, it was pre-patch, and I was already swapped over assassination.
Yeah.
Right.
So
that'll be a new fun experience for you.
Yeah, like I already told Not, like I'm coming in basically as a new player right now. I like know in theory how to execute combat rogue for like parse potential. I haven't practiced it though, so I'm just gonna need hours on a target dummy.
Yeah.
Do they have target dummies in Classic?
No.
No,
they don't show up till Wrath.
Yeah, I remember using them in Wrath.
Your target dummy is going to be the unkillable mobs outside of the portal in Blasted Lands.
I was about to say that.
Damn it.
Yeah, you're gonna have to go with the old school target dummy.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's gonna be annoying, but I think even in Classic raids at least, I'll kind of be using them as target dummies. It just won't be as much time on them.
Yeah.
Yeah, but to the people thinking that they're gonna run into TBC and like kill things, is like, remember Sunwell? Remember how many attempts we had on the roof?
Yeah.
What with that?
It's
Yeah.
still gonna come down to execution. Like you might know your rotation, that doesn't mean you're gonna kill a boss one shot.
Yeah.
Unless tank and spank.
But I mean, Muru was a guild killer. Like you on average 100 attempts before you got to kill that boss. Because shit had to be so quick.
Yeah, it's actually surprising what ended up being guild killers and what didn't. Like the first time around, Brutalis was the guild killer. It's like the majority of guilds never beat Brutalis before pre-patch hit. And then when Classic came around, Brutalis was still stomping a lot of guilds, but it was more like a 50%, like 50% of the people could beat it and 50% couldn't, versus the like 95% that couldn't beat it the first time around. So it's like how people understand the fights, and like just min-maxing and then players just understanding how to play better helped a lot in getting some of those kills. I mean, you had a lot more casual people that were playing back in the day that were raiders, and they could do stuff. They just weren't doing the insanely hard stuff. Most of the people that came back to play Classic were people that were coming back to re-experience the thing that they had learned before. They've been playing WoW for a really long time at this point, and they know how to play better than what they did back in the day. And yeah, like that's kind of what Bloody Shots was saying here. He's making the comment that it has a lot to do with the player base, and yeah, that's like it will depend on what kind of players Anniversary attracts. Because Anniversary could just end up attracting a whole bunch of people that didn't play Classic the first time. Like the people that played Classic the first time, there's definitely some of us that are like, oh, I just want to go back and do the trilogy again. But then there's other people that are like, yeah, I'd rather go play Mists. So like they may not come back for Anniversary.
I feel like there's a lot of min-max in Classic though that kind of goes out the window. Like even once you hit Wrath, there's a lot of min-max that goes away, but even more goes away once you hit Kata.
As far
like it becomes a different. Like, I'm just thinking about Rogue, where eventually you just stop caring about weapon swing timers. Like I just didn't care in Wrath, but I know in Classic I for sure have to. Imagining a DBC I might have to. And there's some players that have spent like so long just ingraining that into their muscle memory, they just want to go back to where it's easy. Like the min-max in this version of WoW is just for them.
Yeah, like that's the thing about WoW, especially like this early phase of WoW, is it's very it's easy to play and it's hard to master. So it's like if you're going to go up against other people, it's like the challenge in base Classic is not whether or not you can kill bosses, it's whether or not you can outperform other people. I mean, and you can already see that. I mean, the majority of top guilds on this server that are doing MC have like 18 fucking warriors in them. Like they're doing every single thing that they can possibly do to just blow other teams out of the water, because that is what competition is right now. That entire meta is going to change once TBC gets here. No one's going to take, 9 warriors to a 25-man raid. It's just not going to happen. No one class is that insanely broken in the next in the next expansion. It's like hunters are top and warlocks are like a close second, but those two are not so far ahead of all the other classes that it's worth bringing a shit ton of hunters over anything else.
Right.
Plus
you bring around 3 though. You bring 3 hunters and.
Yeah, I mean 2 to 3 in a 25-man raid team isn't bad, because there's some classes that you will bring 1 or none of. So it's like you gotta have 25 people one way or the other. It's like as a rule you only need like 2 tanks. You'll do 4 to 6 healers maybe. So you're looking at 8 people there out of a 25-man raid team. So you have 17 raiders remaining, which means like if you take 2 of every class, I think you're still going to have to bring some extras just to fill the holes.
Yeah, and we'll have plenty of time to fill those.
Yeah.
Because we need at least 1 boomkin, you need at least 1 shadow priest, you need an arm.
Yeah.
So something
Actually, I
that's
don't know if anybody's really doing arms in TBC. Am I wrong with that?
You bring arms in TBC. You bring it because of the melee debuff. You either bring an arms warrior or you bring a
I thought that was in Wrath.
Yes, it is in Wrath, but it's also in TBC. I will look up the doobly-doo and share you the buffs and debuffs you need to bring for TBC again.
Yeah. It's also interesting that in Classic, as far as I know, there's a lot of like elemental resist and weakness that doesn't exist in later versions of the game. Like, for example, using ice spells on a fire creature will do damage, but using fire spells on a fire creature doesn't do damage. Yeah, I think Van's probably right. 4% increased physical damage for the for arms, and then 30% bleed damage from druids. I think that's accurate. See, some of this stuff we'll just have to go back and brush yourselves up on, but I mean that that's just as simple as going to Wowhead and pulling up the the raid configurator, and you just look at all the different possible debuffs that there are for TBC, and then figure out what classes you need to bring to get those debuffs. That isn't even something that people need to necessarily have memorized. There's tools out there that will tell you exactly what you need.
Yeah, that'll come into play once you're actually building the roster.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. So...
Yeah, Nell is right. We carried Lita for so long because we wanted that buff, and he was playing the arms warrior and absolutely sucked ass at it.
God, about Lita.
And see, that was one of those things where it was like a rough decision to make. It was like we had so many physical DPS in the raid that we would have actually had a small decrease in raid-wide damage by getting rid of Lita and getting a better player. The only way it would have improved is if we had gotten a better arms warrior, and they were very difficult to find.
Yeah.
So,
no one wants to be the debuff bitch. What can you say?
Yeah, I mean, and we'll have to see what the damage is looking like overall on it, and like who we have. But Thorg would probably take one for the team, because I mean he really just wants to raid and play with us again. Like he seems super excited about being back. Like just from talking to him and stuff, like he can't wait to get back into raiding and just having the team to run with and do things with again. So like if we couldn't find an arms warrior, he would probably take a hit for the team, kind of like Kaz was doing. It's like he was like he was shaman flavor of the week. So
yeah, Kaz, like really, without him I wouldn't have been able to build that team in the beginning.
Yeah.
And then you took the team and went, let's get rid of all the non-English speaking people.
Yeah, and Van's right. The TBC was the time that it was like really shitty for specific buffs that you had to have, because there was not very much crossover for classes, and then they changed that in Wrath. Like Wrath is when they started having more crossover between classes, like multiple classes would bring the same buffs. So yeah, TBC was the kind of shitty era. So yeah, we'll have to cover some of that stuff when we get to it. It's like I know certain people are wanting to play certain classes, and that's going to be the other problem as well. Is it's like we're going to build a team that is 100% sound, that will get the most damage out of it that's possible. So we may end up running into issues where we have 5 people that all want to play Ret Paladins, but we only have room for 2 Ret Paladins, because it's like, well, we're not going to take a shit ton of Ret Paladins and then forego a buff that would make the raid team better overall. So it's like we'll be building a team like the skeleton of the team will be ensuring that we have all the necessary buffs, and then we will have to recruit people to play those classes if we don't have enough people to play them starting out. And then, and then once that skeleton is created, then we can just kind of pour in the batter afterwards that is just a filler that can be kind of any class or whatever we need. Mel says have all the rep paladins fight to the death, and the best 2 or 3 get the spot.
Rare paladins don't do that amazing of a damage in TVC, so I feel like you're not gonna get that many people that want to be a rare paladin. But
Yeah.
rogue, I feel like rogue's gonna be one of those classes that people are gonna flood to.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
What is it?
That means I'm gonna have loot competition. Less rogues, less rogues.
Well, I mean, we only brought 2.
In TVC before?
Yeah,
Perfect.
yeah, and we did that because we didn't have a.
I don't like overcrowding classes. Like I think it's a horrible position to be in. Like I hate that about SOD right now. That Thursday team has like, it's kind of diminished a little bit since I started. But one of the early raids that I went into, we had 12 paladins and druids, and they all wanted the exact same piece of tier. And that's in a 25-man raid team. So 50% of the raid all wanted the same token. And it's like that was just, it's just AIDS. Like it's like nothing about that is fun. It's like it's frustrating going into a raid and knowing that your chances of actually getting a piece of gear is just non-existent. So I'm definitely a big fan of not overcrowding classes. It's like, yeah, this class may do 300 DPS more than another class, but it's like when 10,000 DPS is what you're doing, it's like 300 DPS is irrelevant. I would rather take a different class that we're kind of low on that will do really good damage, and that way the gear is spread more. And yeah, Bloody's not wrong. Like the paladins and druids are getting off lucky in SOD right now because they share a token with shamans. And there is some minor argument that paladins and shamans may end up switching sides to where that you can have them for both Horde and Alliance. And yeah, that's just going to absolutely tank that token.
Oh yeah, share it with a class that it's not in your alliance. It's just so great. Yeah. All right.
But yeah, I think if they end up doing shamans on Alliance and paladins on a Horde for SOD, it probably won't be until the next phase, and they'll have to retool the tokens. But that's kind of irrelevant to this conversation.
Yeah, that's an SOD thing.
Yeah.
One thing that will be interesting is when we can get paladins on Horde side, how many people are going to want to level up them blood elves?
I mean, a lot of people are. I mean, there's quite a few people in here, like Zith, I know, for example. I mean, he's playing a rogue right now, but the instant the blood elves are available, he's going paladin. Like, he's already said that. And we probably have 4 or 5 people that are, at the very least, this is a waiting room for blood elves, whether they want to play a paladin or they just want to be a blood elf.
What's the blood elf racial?
It's actually really strong. It's an area of effect ability that silences and gives mana to the blood elf. So
yeah.
It's an AoE silence, point blank AoE silence, and is a chunk of mana back for that class. So like for hunters, it's insanely strong, and a lot basically any spellcaster is going to want to be a blood elf, as far as I know. It might be there may be a couple of classes where it's still arguable to go the other direction because of some of the, like berserking or things like that. It may end up being a slightly better DPS increase, but I guess we'll see as time goes.
Mages want it, Shadow Priests want it, Warlock stable.
Yeah. But the concept of that, of having that silence, is like, it's such a great utility. Like, there's tons of creatures that you can use that on in raid content.
Yeah, and that's why Blood Elf Paladin tanks are really awesome.
Yeah.
Something that we'll get to experience this time.
Yeah. The once you, like, Blood Elf, or just Paladins in general, are a little rough in the early, like in phase 1 basically, but by the time you get to SSE TK, they start becoming really, really good.
And you usually bring around at least one holy paladin.
Yeah. Yeah, holy paladins are not amazing in TBC, not like they were in Wrath.
But that's another thing that we'll have, like, for the buffs. We usually bring at least 3 paladins for the Blessing of Kings, Blessing of Wisdom, and
Might, probably.
Yeah.
That's one of the things that I liked about SOD, where they combined some of those blessings, like they combined a lot of the blessings down so that they were they combined the blessings down so that you had to have fewer of them. Like, a couple of the blessings, they got rid of a blessing and added the effect to another blessing.
Now, one thing that will definitely change the way we play TBC is that they're talking about making the Shaman Bloodlust raid-wide rather than party.
Yeah.
Because in TBC before, you had to have a Shaman each party for everyone to get Bloodlust.
Yeah. Which
If they do add that,
sorry, go ahead.
if they do add that, then we would just need enough for each melee group, right? Wind Fury.
Well, you need enough. You would need enough Wind Fury for the melee groups. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of where the problem is going to come from, because you're going to have multiple. You'll have at least 2 melee groups, because one of them will be the tank group. And even though tanks aren't trying to parse, if you have a bunch of parse monkey melee, the tanks need to have the Wind Fury as well to generate enough threat to hold threat off of the melee that are trying to parse.
Yeah.
And this is another thing that I want to talk about as well, since we've gotten on that subject. It's like, I want people to be able to parse and I want to progress, but I'm kind of feeling like this time around that almost every single phase, I want to kit out the tanks and the healers before the DPS.
Oh yeah, that's how it should go. I mean, like, you can't parse when everyone's dead because you're not being able to take the hits.
Yeah.
I think doing tanks first does make sense. What is the argument for doing healers first? Like, if people aren't dying,
if people aren't dying, then it's not really a big deal. It's more of a concern when people, like, if you're having problems, because the argument for doing tanks and healers first is if you argue that tanks should be done first, then healers are a survival component of tanks. So it's
right.
Like, you could potentially do 50% tank and 50% healers and get the same effect as just 100% tank.
well, you don't do tank for survivability. You do tank for threat. Because if you give that exact same piece to DPS before the tank, then that just makes the threat window even smaller.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you do it for kind of both. I mean, there are definitely some shit, like in Wrath or in TBC, for example, Brutalis just eats tanks. Like, your tank has to be geared for Brutalis or you're not going to kill that boss. And there's a few bosses that are like that, which is why I want to see the tanks. Like, Illidan is another one that will just eat your fucking tank.
Right. Yeah, I guess if we know that this raid tier is gonna have like some pretty healing intensive fights, or is every raid tier gonna be like that in TBC?
All of TBC is healing intensive.
Yeah, it's pretty healing intensive doing that content. That's for sure.
Yeah, it ain't like the first phase of Wrath where it's like, yawn. What is this shit? This is ridiculous. Like,
yeah.
No. Yeah, TBC introduced some really hard. Why me and not love it so much? Because, like, ooh, wipe 50 times. Let's go.
Mm-hmm. hate it when people do Wailing Caverns as a group, and then everybody just hearths out when it's over instead of walking out. Because it's like if you need to turn in quests, they're immediately outside of the zone. But now I'm a mage with no heals, trying to fight my way through elites to get out of this this area.
Had to escort a priest out to do the same thing.
Yeah.
I was in the middle of hearthing out because I saw everyone else leaving. He was like, "Wait, no, please."
I mean, at least the priests can heal themselves and run. It's like at best I've got a Frost Nova and a blink, and then that's pretty much it. If there's only one thing I can sheep it, but outside of that, I'm kind of screwed.
I can Cone of Cold too.
Do what?
Cone of Cold?
I don't have that yet.
Oh. Then you can't. Yeah, you're dead.
Yeah.
Sorry about it.
Yep, toast. I guess I can
Frost
blizzard
Mage
and slow
doesn't-
everything and run away.
Frost Mage doesn't really get good until like around 45 to 50. But once you hit the higher levels, you'll be able to eat dungeons alive.
Yeah. I mean, it also doesn't help. This is the first time I've ever actually like leveled mage, so like I don't know a lot of the nuance to playing mage. So sometimes when I get in trouble, I'm like, I don't know what to do. It's like hunters are easy. It's like I'm in trouble, feign death. Problem solved.
Yep. I had the same issue with playing Warrior because I'm so used to just having the panic vanish button.
Yeah. Like
just
you
can't
start to
on Warrior.
rely on these things a little too much. You're like, oh wait, what happens now?
Every time I've hit vanish now, since I started playing Rogue again, I've been like, I've just started to appreciate it more. Like, whoa, this is really useful.
Yeah.
We all have our classes that we like.
I just can't. I don't think casters are for me. I hate having to rely on mana.
I've never been a big fan of casters in general. The only reason I want to play this one is to just go and do the dungeon soloing, because it's basically cheesing the content. Like you're not really fighting the stuff. You're abusing things inside of the zone to take advantage of. Like it's literally like you're abusing a pathing problem where enemies will run at you and then you just jump on a thing and then they're like, oh wait, now the only way to get to you is to run way back the way we just came from, go up on a ledge, and then come all the way back down that straight hallway where you can just blizzard me to death the whole time. And oh, I caught up to you, but then you jumped off the ledge. You don't know how to jump off a ledge, so we got to go all the way back down the hallway to where the ramp is at, and then come all the way back down the hallway again.
Yeah.
So that's literally
Make
like,
money.
yeah, and then you're killing shit, and they have chances of dropping items that are worth 1,100 gold. So it's like, okay, it's like, yeah, I'm gonna fucking do that. It's like that's my goal for Classic, is to make money. This is like the best way to make money. And then, you know, once you get good enough at it, then you can start selling seats. Like if you can do the Mara grind, it's 150 gold a seat for 5 lockouts. So you're basically making 500 gold an hour.
Damn.
I mean, it's insane. So and like the only 2 limitations to that is how long are you willing to sit there and continue doing it in one sitting, and can you keep a full group? So it's like, if you can keep a full group and you just want to keep going, you can just keep making 500 gold an hour for as long as you want. And
I have to level a mage now.
Yeah.
That sounds way too juicy.
yeah, it's that's the whole reason that I started it. I was watching Kaz do it, and I'm like, yeah, I need a mage.
Damn it.
Or pay some guy from Indonesia to be your mage.
Yeah, basically.
Rude. I mean, no, I can't do that. These bots are recorded. Be careful.
What? With Joe?
They're listening.
Didn't mean for you to take it seriously. Didn't mean for you to be like, you know what, it's a great idea. Reminds me of the story I heard about a computer programmer.
Bumping.
Uh-huh.
He outsourced his programming to a guy in India.
Oh yeah, there's plenty of people that do that. There's even people that they don't even outsource, but they just get multiple work from home jobs and then don't tell the other job that they're working the other one. So they're just taking 2 full-time salaries and doing half the work for each, and now their place complains.
Yeah.
Oh, but it gets funnier.
My friend did that though, not me.
Totally.
Yeah, sure.
Totally.
Well, that's one of the stories I heard was like the guy had to remote jobs, and so he outsourced a lot of his work to different people from like Russia and India or whatever.
Yeah.
And
I mean, you don't even have to do that anymore because AI kind of takes that. So AI is taking jobs, but from those Russians and Indians.
Does this concern you?
No, I've used AI at work. It's basically like you still have to know how to solve the problem. You just kind of tell it like, hey, go solve it this way, and it just does it for you.
Yeah.
And it'll get like maybe 5% of it wrong. Just fix that up, then you're good to go.
Yeah, it's just a faster way to do things. I think that like AI, I think eventually AI will replace a lot of programmers, but right now it seems to be really like hitting the art field.
It has replaced a lot of developers, but juniors only.
Yeah,
The
it's
work
like
that,
low end people.
like software engineers do is outside of like just programming.
Yeah.
But juniors, all they know how to do is program, so they don't bring as much value anymore. The only value they have is their growth potential, and that's kind of the only reason why people still take in juniors. It's just, hey, maybe this guy ends up being like a star developer.
Well, that was the thing that I was going to say is it makes it kind of interesting if all of your higher end programmers started out as juniors and you don't take juniors anymore. It's like, well, what's the fate of humanity if you get rid of all the children? It's like most people don't like dealing with children, but if you get rid of all of them, then there will be no more adults. So it's like,
they haven't like fully cut off the children in this case. It's just birth rates have severely declined.
Yeah. Well, I mean, even that's a concern. I mean, look at places like Japan right now where birth rates have seriously declined, and they're in, like they're concerned greatly about their future. I kind of wonder if maybe because we've been dealing with this from a population standpoint, and this is a similar concept, if people will figure out an answer for the population side of it, and then that can just be, kind of transposed onto the engineering aspect of it as well.
Have they solved the population side of it though? Because every attempt I've seen just ends up failing.
I mean, they know the answer. They just need people to screw more. But how to convince them to do that, I don't know. Eventually, I guess they're just going to have to start catching a bunch of people in their early 20s, stripping them of their clothes, and just putting them in a room together and see what happens.
Well,
I don't know how you fix that problem.
One solution Japan has done is that they've opened up sex tourism. You are allowed to get a visa to go to Japan and impregnate their women,
and then just leave.
That seems weird, though. I mean, like I kind of wonder if that's not just some sort of like, I don't know. Like Japan has always been really big about like Japanese people are Japanese people, and we're not interested in your mutt, crossbreeds. So it's like that seems really strange that that's a tactic they're going for.
But yeah, they have a whole thing about gaijin, like any outsider. But at the same time, they've developed an entire generation of men that are just scared to death of women.
That's so weird.
Do not want to touch women. Don't want to talk to them.
Very strange.
I don't blame them.
Can we argue that they are actually not men? Is that an argument?
What else would it be?
I don't know.
According to your president, there's just one other option.
I'm a little concerned. People who claim that they're men but they're afraid of women. Like, I don't know. Seems weird to me.
Hey,
that's
Rend
what
and Oni, we're good to go.
That's the huge problem that they're having, is that they developed a culture where work is your life, and that your company's honor is more important than anything. So you've developed a bunch of socially awkward dudes that don't even know what to do if a girl walks up and says, "I want to fuck you." It's like,
Yeah,
it's sad.
that's not weird or anything.
Wasn't there some Japanese guy that literally got legally married to, I think it was like a sex doll or like an in-game character or something?
That wouldn't surprise me.
Well, there lies the other problem. They're very their red light district is very much alive and kicking, and it's considered just normal. So like, there's a lot of dudes over there that are like, if I'm going to deal with this, I'm going to pay for it.
But Bloody Shot says he's still a man because he's not actually afraid of women. He's afraid of STDs.
It's not just Japan though. It's
Yeah.
happening in a lot. It's like Italy is having a similar problem right now.
STDs and
Right.
canceling. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, we're kind of straying from the topic a little bit here. So
Wait, Italy and STDs weren't the topic?
no,
I missed
actually,
the
when
Alright,
did Italy even come in? Apparently
You said
missed
that-
that part of the conversation.
I was saying that Italy is having a similar population issue
Oh,
to
gotcha.
Japan, where their men also, although their men are having the issue because of the Me Too movement, like they're just scared to death of talking to a woman and then being vilified. So,
Yeah.
There.
so what is it that? What else do you want to chat about? I feel like a lot of this stuff, we have to build the bus first for the things.
Yeah, potentially. I mean, I just kind of wanted to kind of get going with some of our ideas since we're kind of playing the long game here, but at the same time we have a decent amount of people that are starting to want to level and starting to want to, like once people hit 60, when there's no more leveling to do, then the next step is dungeons, and once that step is done, it's raiding. So I was
first
expecting
step-
people to kind of be slow burning this, but like we've already got 60s in the guild and a handful of people that are about to be 60, and then like Nell and I are trying to shoot for 60 by the weekend, by the end of the weekend. So it's like we're going to start having people that are going to be wanting to run dungeons, and then it's only a matter of time before they're going to want to start raiding. So I just kind of wanted to start getting the foundation down for mostly for the concept of what we were going to be looking at for how we were going to do loot in the future.
Time
so we
is
could,
money,
because
friend.
some of the stuff that we're
Keep
going to be
it
doing
real.
for loot, we need to figure some of it out ahead of time, because Bumpin' and I are going to have to make
What's up? Keep it real.
various mods and or programs to integrate the stuff that we're wanting to do. So
Yeah.
we need time to create these mods, and then kind of going through and making sure that they're bug free and not having issues, because you don't want to get into a raid situation and go, oh hey, we built this brand new mod and we've not tested it at all yet. Don't worry, your loot's safe.
Yeah, there's also a chance like what we make could just break in TVC for whatever reason.
I mean, fortunately, I don't think that's necessarily the case, especially because that's the thing about it, about how it works, is the less things that your mod does that is based off of systems that WoW has, the less chance that it will break. So a lot of the things that we're going to be designing are things to integrate with another add-on, or we're just taking base things and then we're doing a lot of work with that behind the scenes. So the only way that it would really break is if like links broke or like item IDs changed or something like that, then that might cause a problem. But
That's what I was thinking in particular, were item IDs changing in case they decided to go with hashtag some changes, and like even adding one item in the middle of the list could throw everything off.
Yeah. Well, one thing that's been nice so far is if you using WeakRS to look at item IDs, they just add them to the end of the list. Like they don't put them in the middle, they just keep adding on to the end. So
That's nice.
that's one thing that's nice. Even if they add, like, even all the stuff that they added for SOD, like they're way in the tens, like 30, 40,000 item ID numbers and stuff like that. So they're way the hell out there at the end of the list somewhere, and they didn't try to tack them into the middle of like a like the vanilla file or something like that. So then it's going to throw off all of, all of the game. Plus, that's the other thing too, is the item ID seems to be like more of a database than it is directly related, because arguably it's the same engine or the same client, but the Atlas loot that I'm using, it works for both versions, and I'm in Anniversary right now, but I can look at all the SOD gear in Atlas loot and everything pulls up fine.
Well, both SOD and this have like the underlying base of Classic. I just don't know if when Blizzard went from Classic to TBC, if they did like some base changes onto item IDs or things like that.
Yeah, I don't think they did. I think because we're using such a late version of the client, because all of these it's like you're loading the old school game, but the client version that you're running is actually Dragonflight. And we may even be
right
on the next one currently. So it's like, I don't think you're going to see any sweeping changes for that kind of stuff, especially since they have now unified the system for doing add-ons. It's like there were different add-ons for different versions of the game. Now they're all the same. Like the add-ons that I have downloaded right now, I can log into retail and they'll work. Like it's the same add-on that's used in retail.
With that being the case, then things should be fine. Then we'll build them out for Classic and they'll be pretty solid for TBC.
So yeah, I don't see a whole lot of problems coming from the add-on issues. It's just mostly going in and making sure the things that are working the way we need them to work, and then trying to determine if we just want to create a out-of-game file that will just convert back and forth for Gargle, or if we want to redesign Gargle to work exactly the way we want it to work.
The easiest thing would be to just integrate with Gargle.
Yeah.
Just even if our original formatting isn't the same, just convert the formatting to work with Gargle.
Well, and yeah, like that's what you and I had spoke about before, but you had also made the comment about potentially just redoing Gargle, like making a new add-on from the beginning. But I feel like with this
described of Gargle, it has so many features that we wouldn't want to change in any way, and unless we want to add something new that would help us, I don't see a reason for not using Gargle.
Yeah, that was kind of like the argument, was the concept of hey, this is already super powerful compared to what we were expecting it to be, so just being able to convert the information that we have in like a database or an Excel file or something like that, a CSV file, then like we just need something to convert back and forth between the two.
Yep, and that should be pretty straightforward as well.
Yeah. And Gargle will take a CSV file. I guess the big question is just what's the layout for it? Like, what is the syntax that we need?
Ideally just commas in between each cell, and there's usually some like funky business with quotation marks I'll have to watch out for.
Well, I was also looking more of is it just a list of names, or like what exactly is Gargle looking for the import? It's like, does it take names and numbers, and then if so, which one is the first one? Does it want a number first, or does it want a, because I'm assuming what it's going to be kicking out is it's going to have a character name, and then it's going to have an item ID for the thing that you want. And that's one of the things that we'll have to figure out, because when you use soft reserve, you pick from a website, you put in your character name, and then you put in your character name, you put in the class that you are, and then what spec you're playing, and then the website determines what you can and can't soft reserve. So it won't let you soft reserve something that your class can't wear, or if it's kind of that it's like, well, all druids could wear this, but it's actually a healing item and no other druid would want that. Then if you are a feral druid, it won't let you reserve, soft reserve it in some cases, depending on how strict they have the settings for it. So, but the end of it is you hit a submit, or you hit an import button, and it's actually pulling the name of the person that did the soft reserve and an item ID. So,
Right. So just what ordering are they?
yeah,
in that
exactly.
CSV?
It's like, are they doing it? Are they doing it by the concept of like, here is this item, and now here are all the people that are on the soft reserve for it, or are they doing, here is a person and the thing they soft reserve next line? You know, so
Yeah.
trying to figure out what direction that they're going with that. Just figuring out whatever their syntax is. That'll be should be a pretty simple fix.
Yeah, I think just one export from anywhere that Gargle can read from. We'll just see what they're using and just mimic that.
Yeah, and I believe it has an output as well. Gargle you can get an output from it, so that may even tell us what we want to know. We may be able to just get an output from it. Oh well, actually, also the export from the website for Gargle for like soft reserve, it's actually a text, like it's just text, so you could just look at that and see, like you could just paste it into a like notepad or a notepad plus or whatever and check it out.
Yeah, I mean, I'd imagine the import and export are going to be different because from what I remember, we were talking about this like ages ago, but Gargle has multiple import options. Like you can import from That's My Abyss and a couple other add-ons.
Yeah.
For loot systems, so we have multiple options there. Like we probably don't even need to do CSV. There might be an easier option.
Yeah.
I don't think there's anything easier than CSV though, so we'll probably just stick with that. And then it'll just come down to how we need to convert the exported, like pull information from the Gargle export to update our own sheet.
Right. Well,
yeah,
that's what I was saying. Like we can see exactly what it is that Soft Reserve is importing into Gargle, because if you go to the Soft Reserve website and click export, it just gives you a giant text string.
Yeah.
So
if you could just give me like one of those and
Yeah.
a Gargle export, I can start working on the.
I may potentially still have one saved in my paste here. Let me see. No, I forgot that I did a copy paste thing earlier. Yeah, I may be able to pull one from this raid we're about to do here. Let me check.
Yeah, I'll take a look at the formatting, see what I can get from it, and ideally, or the simplest way to do it would just be for me to write a Python script to do all that, like reformatting, and then you just run that each time.
Right. Let's see.
And then just don't look at the source code, and don't worry if it asks about your banking information.
I don't know if this is gonna help.
Okay, so that has been
that has been
compressed,
yeah.
likely. So I will. That's likely just using some kind of hashing algorithm. I'll just need to find out which one, and I can convert it back.
Yeah.
Likely.
And Joe had a dip, by the way, if you didn't know.
Yeah, I noticed. Hi, Joe. It's likely using SHA-256. Let me see if I just throw this in. Hash decryptor.
Yeah, I was actually kind of curious if it was encrypted or not.
Yeah, I think it's using SHA-256 hash. Okay. It's not this.
It was not SHA.
Decryption failed, so I'd imagine so. I just don't know any others. I wonder if it's a different version.
I mean, one thing I have heard is that Gargle is pretty good about working with random guilds and stuff like that. So you may be able to post up something on the little like.
In their Discord or
it has like a little message board system on CurseForge that you can type to, and then they probably also have a Discord that you could check out. Actually,
Nice.
I want to pop over here and see that they may even just flat out tell you.
That would be ideal. Oh look, Bumpin's on the quest of Bump in the Road.
There you go. Yeah, they do have a Discord server.
Perfect. You just want to link that to me?
Yeah.
I'll see if they have any like basic info for me to get started with.
Yeah, there's also like 100 and some posts on their little forum thing here for like their comments section in CurseForge, so you may check that as well if you can't get anybody to answer you specifically over there.
Oh, nice. Let me check that out.
There's the Discord.
Thank you.
Ah, I've been expecting you. We shall meet again.
Huh. Well, I mean, that got me most of the way to level 24, going and doing that that run through
Wailing Caverns.
yeah, Wailing Caverns. I was trying to remember where this quest thing was, but then I remembered it's actually like over in Ratchet, but it doesn't mark it on the map for some reason.
Yeah, questy breaks like that sometimes.
I don't think this one's a break. I just don't think they have the step in there for some reason. Like I haven't seen
Had
it
it
on any
sometimes
of my
where like
characters.
I've completed a step and like it just won't update that I've completed the step.
Yeah,
handy to find.
we ran into that the other night. If you reload UI, it will update the stuff that you have, but it doesn't fix the problem. So like if you're running into the problem, I've had it do it to multiple different quests and for multiple steps, and I'll loot an item, but it still says that I haven't looted the item yet, and then I'll reload UI and it gives me credit for looting the item, but then if I loot another item, it won't update that one either, and then I have to reload UI again. But it at least clears all the drop markers off the map, so you're not so cluttered and don't know what you have and haven't gotten.
Just annoying. Get your shit together, questy.
Seriously. There's a lot of things that are just going sideways. Like, I kind of wonder if, like, I don't know how these guys are necessarily making money. I mean, I guess at the end of the day, they're probably taking, you know, like donations and stuff like that. But how many people truly go and donate to these add-on developers? And it's like, I can see people doing add-ons for games when they're just like really into it. Like I've made add-ons for games before, but once I lose interest in the game, it's like, I don't keep going back and updating the add-on. I just let it die, because like, well, if I'm not making money out of it and it's not really doing anything to, you know, to further my career or anything like that, it's like, why do I want to spend the time going back to work on this thing just because other people have decided that they really like it?
Some developers do it just to like keep building their portfolio.
Well, I mean, but I would rather just move on to a new project. Like it, like, you know, like I made a big add-on for Ark Survival Evolved, but I don't play it anymore. So I was playing a lot of 7 Days to Die, so I didn't update my mod for Ark anymore, but then I started creating a mod for 7 Days to Die. Though, to be fair, that one's, it's just XPath, so there's like really no programming involved. So it was interesting for learning XPath. I mean, there were some things about XPath that I'd never messed around with before and didn't understand. So that was cool getting experience with that. And I guess I could argue that if I wanted to get into, you know, DBM or something like that, I could be like, yeah, I have experience with XPath, but that's not really something I want to do. So.
I'm looking at XPath. It kind of just reminds me of just HTML.
It's really, I mean, it's XML. It basically is what it is. I mean, it's very simplistic, extremely simplistic. But it was just one of those things where it was like, if I could find examples of how to do things in XPath, then I could just make it work for anything that I wanted to do. But it was just learning the syntax. It's like, okay, well, this is the thing that I want to do, but I don't know what words it wants me to type to make that happen. So then I would just have to go find an example somewhere and go, oh, okay, so this is what it wants. And you know, like some of the weird things when you were calling like specific locations, like you could do some kind of like grabbing mechanisms where they would have stuff broke down into several different paths, but you only had to go far enough down the path that included the thing that you wanted. And if you wanted to change, if you wanted to go in and edit a bunch of items and they were all in the basically in the subfolder of item and then consumable, it's like, well, I want to change all consumables, so I just put in the XPath that goes far enough down to identify just consumables, and then I can do shit from there. I can look for specific things from that point. And it was like I hadn't worked with something like that previously, with the exact same way that, you know, like I understood what I needed to do to navigate. I just didn't know like where, like it uses parentheses in some cases, it'll use double quotes or single quotes, and it's like, well, what's the nuance of these? It's like, why would I use a double quote instead of a single quote? You know, it's what's that determining? You know, so like once I started finding examples of things that I wanted to do, then I started learning. It's like, oh, well, this is what I need to do to access this thing.
Yeah, that's just learning the syntax. Basically, any new language you're learning, that's
exactly
the step. And I do it the exact same way, where I just Google, like, how do I need to write a for loop. How do I do it in this language specifically?
Yeah.
And look it up once, and now I just know.
Yeah. Like that's the sad thing. It's like C++. I remember how to do a for loop. I don't know if I remember how to make one in Python. Like, because like I just haven't messed around with Python in so long.
It is very different because the language in Python is so simplified, whereas like C++ and Java, it's like very strict.
Yeah. I would actually like to learn more about Java. I've never worked with it.
Have a good one.
If you've written C++, you've basically written in Java minus the need for like all the memory management.
Yeah, I was gonna say Java has a lot of garbage collection stuff you have to like manually do.
C++ does. Java just does it for you. C++, you have to deal with like pointers and
yeah, not cleaning
memory
up
allocation.
your pointers or massive memory leaks.
Yep. So Java, you don't have to worry about any of that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd say you pretty much know Java if you have written C++.
Yeah,
very similar.
I just haven't actually messed around with it, and it's one of those things that I wanted to do because I've actually been interested in writing a couple of mods for Minecraft, because I keep going back to Minecraft and playing it, and I enjoy playing, but there's some mods that we used to use that the developers for them don't keep up with them anymore. I even contacted one of the developers and he sent me the source code, but I haven't taken the time to actually open it up and look at it and see if it's something that I want to fool with trying to edit and fix to work with current Minecraft versions, or if I just want to write a new one from scratch. Because I mean, this is back from like, I don't know, 10 years ago or more. So it's like the game has changed a lot since then.
Like an insane amount, yeah.
So it's like I mean, like some people argue, it's like, yeah, the whole mod exists, but it's like it might require a complete rewrite just to make it work. It's like, so I would rather start fresh with code that I wrote and know exactly where everything is at than trying to fumble my way through what someone else wrote, and you know, whether or not they commented in it, or if I'm just having to go through like each individual loop and go, okay, what exactly is this doing? What system does this call from? If I change this, what else is it gonna fuck up? You know.
Great to have as a reference point on like how you should structure yours, but not as like something to copy from. 'Cause
Yeah.
likely there's a lot of conventions that were used in that have changed completely from Microsoft side.
Yeah. That's what I was missing. Didn't actually take the quest.
Hey, how you doing? Have a good one.
But yeah, I think we've got a pretty good idea at this point for
Time is money,
what to
friend.
do. Like, I think we're all on the same page for how we want to
Right
deal
back.
with, with the loot going forward. We want to make sure it's going to people who are performing. We want to make sure we're taking tenure into consideration for a decent amount of it, because we don't want loot just disappearing from the guild. So it's like, if 2 people are performing equally, I would rather it go to the tenured person than the non-tenured person.
Yeah, but if it's also a situation where like both players are not really flight risk concerns,
Yeah.
then at that point we just look into performance.
Yeah. Van, for unit frames, I'm using Z Pearl. Sorry, I just noticed that. I was tabbed out for something else and forgot to bring chat back up. But yeah, I think you're right there. If 2 people are not in a flight risk nature, that it's fine, regardless which one it goes to. Like that one should just be based more on performance.
Yeah. So I feel like once we are like fully into progression, going week to week with the same team, tenure shouldn't play too much of a part. It's just likely going to be used to hold people back that are brand new and haven't proven themselves yet.
Yeah, which hopefully a good portion of that will be done in having them in, like with blue team and kind of figuring out who they are and what they're doing. I'm really liking the idea of having the second raid team, because it gives people the option that want to play alts. So it's like, if you want to run in the green team and do progression, but then you have an alt that you really want to get geared as well. It's like, well, that's fine. We'll have a guild group that you can jump into and run, and then we're also using it for recruiting purposes and stuff like that as well.
Yeah. I think Van had a question for you. What's your unit
I told
frames? Oh, okay.
Usually when I'm answering people that are asking stuff specifically in the stream, I just mute Discord so that I'm not talking and you're like, what are you talking about?
I see. Just streamer things.
Yeah. Streaming is kind of fun. We were talking about streaming last night, like Kaz and I, and I forget who else was in the conversation. I think it was Bud the Wiser. But we were just talking about the concept of like the breakaway from becoming a successful streamer, and a lot of it has to do with getting people in that actually chat. It's like just having people sitting in the background. That'll get you noticed in Twitch, because it increases the number of viewers that I have, which raises me up the list when somebody goes and clicks on, like, I just want to watch a WoW streamer. It organizes the list based on the number of people watching. So
Yeah.
the more people that I have just lurking in the background, the higher I am on the list, and that is really the only discovery method for Twitch. The problem that you run into with that, though, is you get a lot more retention when you have decent conversation going on. Like, while we've been talking about this stuff today, we've had like over 20 people, coming in and watching and carrying on. Whereas normally by this time of the day, I'm down to like around 10 or so viewers. And it's just mostly because I'm not, like, people are coming in and checking it out, but if there's not conversation going on at the moment, like if I'm just doing solo content and nothing else is going on, people are just kind of like, well, this is a little boring, nothing's really happening.
What brings
So
you here?
it's like, it's trying to get that point where people are actually conversing so that there's something interesting going on.
Yeah. I feel like how to do that is like the $1 million question. How to get
I mean,
active chat.
I think at the beginning, it's just, you just have to keep going. It's not necessarily a question. I think that the answer is out there. It's just a lot of people don't ever make it to that point. I mean, for one, you have to be interesting. So, I mean, like, there's some people that stream that just aren't interesting people. And I, like,
Get there on camera.
yeah, I don't know if I'm one of those people yet. I mean, I could just end up being an uninteresting person that people just don't like listening to talk. I like to think that since some of my videos have been really successful over on YouTube for someone who has no following, that makes me think that maybe I have a little something to offer. But it's definitely a skill that you have to learn, like how to be entertaining and to keep people interested in what's going on. And
It's just so much harder to capture someone's attention for like a long period, like a stream. Whereas YouTube, it's a lot easier because you have all your points. You can edit out all the boring parts. It's just bing bang boom, done.
Yeah. Well, most people that come to your stream, they found you from different reasons, and they just like what you're talking about, and then they want to get in and talk to you and ask questions. And that's kind of like, that's when you start getting the breakaway for becoming a successful streamer, is when you have people that will show up to your live streams and they ask questions, because then people want to be there to hear the answer to the questions that you're being asked, and then that causes them to generate more questions. And then as you have more and more people, you'll have a ton of people that line up and just ask questions. And if you have like 50,000 lines of text just flying across your screen constantly, it's hard to get your question answered, which keeps people coming back. They're like, I really want the answer to this question, and no one else has asked it yet. You know, and you just kind of have to sit around and wait until that streamer notices your question and answers it. So it's like like that's some of it. I mean, I'm not even really big into watching other streamers live for the exact reason, like you said. I generally prefer to go and watch like their YouTube videos, because it's like, well, here's a specific topic. Like I watch a lot of Asmongold's coverage on like some of the political things that are going on in the U.S. right now. Not necessarily because I like Asmongold's commentary, but because he's good at finding the important videos, and then he wants to do reacts to those. I'm not necessarily so concerned with his reaction as just the benefit of like, oh, hey, this is going to be a video that I'm probably going to want to know the information that was in it, and it saves me from having to go dig through like 5,000, different news media posts to find the ones that are interesting. It's like he did that work already. So then I just go watch his video, I give him the credit for the view, even though I don't really care what his opinion is. I just want to watch the original video.
I do that too sometimes, but I find that I stick with his videos because he has I feel like he has a very good talent of picking out like the gem questions from the chat, because his chat is just flying by and he picks the one that will like is the most entertaining to read.
He has people feeding him too. He has a set of moderators that are working for him, and they catch the good questions, or they catch questions and send them to him. So he's picking out of a much smaller group of questions than the ones that are actually flying over the screen. And eventually that's what I'll do. I mean, I will have, I will actually employ people to be moderators, and they'll collect a paycheck, because he actually he pays people to do that job. So and like all the big time
is run by other people.
Yeah, like all of the big time streamers have a group of moderators that are on a payroll that do a lot of this work in the background. We're talking about Asmongold currently, Fluid.
And me, I'm a big time streamer actually.
Yeah, and Bumpin'.
Got a whole crew behind me.
Yeah. Bumpin' is actually Dr. Disrespect.
no. I want that stricken from the record. Objection. Pandering.
No, I mean, I actually like a lot of Asmongold's content. Like, I think he's done better more recently. When I first started streaming, like 6 or 8 months ago, before I started streaming, I started watching more of Asmongold's content, and there were a lot of things where it's like sometimes he says really good stuff. Sometimes he says really good stuff, but then sometimes he says things. It's difficult to pick out what it is he's saying, because when you're a relatively intelligent individual, you can listen to what he's saying and go, oh, he's being facetious there. He's saying this because he's basically calling someone that asked a question stupid without telling them they're stupid.
Yeah,
So like he does that
He's
a lot.
Professional rage baiter is what I call him.
Yeah, exactly.
He makes those people already pissed at him in chat even matter to just let's make content for himself.
Yeah, and well, and I've kind of learned by listening to what he's saying when he's being facetious and when he is not. And there is like, and I'm not saying that I'm 100% accurate with it, but there are times where he says something that I'm like, I can't believe you're telling 500,000 people to do this, and I don't feel like you're being facetious this time. It's like,
Yeah.
like maybe he was like, haha, I gotcha, you know, like maybe that was the time that he actually was being facetious and I just didn't catch it. But I mean, like most of the time, I can tell when he's being cheeky and when he's not. It's just like,
Yeah.
it's like I'm concerned with the fact that you just told a bunch of internet trolls to go and do this, not necessarily because I think you would do it, but because I think some of them are stupid enough to do it.
Yes.
So
And he actually, I mean, to be fair, he does want them to do it so that when they like get in trouble for it, he can just point and laugh at them.
yeah, it's just more content for him. Yeah.
Yeah. I just really appreciate like the open conversation. I don't necessarily agree with like some of the things he says, but it's good to hear what other people are saying.
Yeah.
And he does feel like he is covering a lot more right-wing topics, but I feel like he does try to give each side a voice. It's
Yeah.
just it's hard not to cover right-wing stuff right now when Trump is on like doing like a press conference every single day.
Yeah, content president.
Yep.
And that's kind of the issue that I'm running into as well, that I'm trying to figure out. I've even considered starting up a second YouTube profile, or just a YouTube channel, specifically for separating out the content that I'm doing. It's like my initial concept for getting into streaming was I wanted to keep it really limited to gaming. But the problem that you have with that is anytime you limit the content you're doing, it's like you're never going to become a top-end content creator if you're restricting the type of content you'll do. And so I feel like the only way that I'm going to reasonably be able to do that myself is that like there's some political content that I would like to get into and talk about and do reacts to, but I don't want to fill my gaming setup with a whole bunch of political comments. It's like I'm fine with having those as like two separated things, and it's like if you just want the gaming stuff, here it is, but if you like the political side of it, well, here's another place you can go and see my political views on things. And then the live stream would be more open, where I would talk about just anything, whatever people wanted to talk about at the time. And then, if we clipped a section out of the stream, it's like, oh, well, this is political based, so this goes to this YouTube channel, whereas this one's just all about gaming, so then it goes to this other YouTube channel.
From what I've seen, a lot of people get big, really big within a niche, and then start branching out. It's almost like if you're playing a new game, you like only play that one character. Like, if I'm playing League, I'll only play Renekton, and I will force Renekton every single game, learn the game, what's Renekton, and then eventually, once I understand the game, I'll start like branching out into different champions.
Yeah.
It's almost the same way, I feel like.
Well, I mean, that's a little bit what happened to me. Like, it didn't explode, but I started getting a lot of people watching me, specifically because of getting in and playing the beta for Path of Exile 2 and covering a lot of content on it. And then, like that, the passive skill set system that they added to the game that no one understood at the beginning, I made a video on it, and that video exploded compared to anything else that I've done, because so many people didn't understand that mechanic in the game. So I went through and explained it in a very, in very layman terms, and people were able to understand it very easily. And that, that garnered a lot of interest. So then people started coming and watching me play Path of Exile because they just wanted to see what else I was doing.
I think that was also just a gap in the market that you were able to fill. Because during that phase especially, I got a lot of YouTube recommendations for Path of Exile stuff, especially from all the big streamers, and they weren't covering that system.
Yeah.
So anyone that was curious, they're gonna go into YouTube, search it up, and then since there's not many other videos about it, your videos would have been like one of the top ones showing up.
Yeah, exactly. Well, and it was also that, and then when I was trying to, excuse me, when I was trying to figure out what it was the system was before I just learned the system by, trial and error in game, I went out and tried to search to find out how the system worked, and I couldn't find anything on it, but I found a large Reddit post where people were all trying to figure out what it was, and they were basically wrong. So once I figured out what it was and made the video on it, I went and posted a link. I just created a completely unassociated Reddit profile because I'd never had one before. I didn't name it after my my YouTube page or anything like that. I just it was just some generic name, and I just went into the Reddit post and I was like, hey, I found this really cool video that explains this system, and posted it in there. And then it shot up to 5,000 views in 2 days. So, I mean, considering the fact it was the first video I ever made, I thought that was exceedingly successful, considering the number of other people that I know that do YouTube and have made videos, and their first 50 videos may have 3 viewers.
Well, what they were missing was just marketing. You just went out and marketed your video.
Yeah, exactly. And it's so I think that kind of stuff is a big part of what actually determines whether or not you're a successful streamer, is doing it's not just, oh, I'm playing some random bullshit game that's completely irrelevant and nobody cares about it, and I just turned on live stream and I just sit there and I don't talk, and maybe I don't even have a camera because I don't want people seeing what I look like or whatever, and I'm just playing a game. It's that's not what people want to come and spend money for. It's that's not entertainment.
Yeah.
So
unless you were top 0.1% of the game.
Yeah, no, well, I mean, but that's what brings in the entertainment factor, and so that's what I'm saying. I kind of covered that by saying that you were just playing some random game and not, no, even if you're the best at whatever, Pixel Smasher, it's if it's not a good game that anyone gives a shit about, it doesn't matter how great you are at it, no one's gonna watch you.
It depends, because a small game could have a following of a couple thousand people. If they all know about you, that's a huge starting point.
Yeah, I mean, that's a valid starting point, but if that's the only game you play, then unless people, unless you're also an interesting person,
just a starting point.
Yeah. I mean, that was with me, I looked out pretty well and was able to get affiliate with Twitch really well, just because of the support of everybody coming in and helping out, from the previous Classic Guild. But, over time, the support that I've gotten from those people have kind of diminished because they moved on to other games, or, just quit playing games in general. A lot of the people that we played Classic with originally when the guild went under, they stuck around for, for streams and stuff for a little while. But, I mean, when I first started, I was as shitty as most any other person that was getting into streaming. I didn't know what I was doing. I didn't have interesting content, and most of the time I was just talking to myself, so.
Thankfully, that's a talent of yours, though.
Yeah.
Just talking.
Yeah, never shutting up.
I didn't say that way, but I'm glad you got the point.
Yeah, no, it's beneficial. It's so much easier when people are actually conversing in a channel, though. Shut the fuck up, Fluid.
I didn't say it. Not me. Don't punish in the loot list.
But as cool as it's been BSing, I need to get switched over to the other Discord, because we're about to pull a boss here, and I need to be kind of focused on this and paying attention. So.
Patchwork, fun.
Yeah.
All right, good luck. Hope you get all the good loots.
Yeah.
And talk to you later. Catch you up.
Yeah, I'll catch you on later on Anniversary.
Yep, sounds good.
All right, see
Bye.
you.
Hello.
Whoever whispered me, BattleNet, yes, that's correct. Melee or not dipping.
I'm just waiting.
Yeah, so it puts I believe it's a 10-second debuff on you, and then at the end of that debuff, it'll turn into a 30-second debuff. So you need to have the lip active before, as it's transitioning off the 10 and into the 30.
5 seconds in or whatever.
Yeah, just before the debuff's gonna end. Otherwise, the lip will fall off.
We are not dipping because the chain lightning will still hit some people as melee are making their way out, and it will kill people if you are dipping. So the healers are going to keep the off tanks up on HP and not let the melee get splattered by patchwork.
Please and thank you.
Tank's only a casualty 40,000, except for Noonian.
Someone doesn't have a soft deserve in. If you don't have it in, please get it in. 'Cause I'm about to lock. I should check right now who it is.
We are pushing on all fours this week for the time being, anyway.
We are clearing the whole place on 4 tonight.
Okay.
Eon doesn't have his SRs.
Provocative.
Use this firewater cauldron. We're not going to be dropping as many of these as we are with the rest of the world buffs. So.
Yep, I have half the cauldrons on me that I do the actual world buffs.
So tanks, because melee don't need to dip, you can just pull him to a spot that's comfortable. Like near the slime is still fine. He doesn't need to be like in the slime though, like last time. And then just kind of maneuver him.
And then Zip.
Yeah.
Going forward, what we'll do is we'll have Raken on Skull, not lying on X, and then I'll be on Square. For trash tanking and showing us support.
Sounds fine.
So you just know who's actually tanking shit.
Sorry, Noonian, will you say that one more time?
Sorry.
A little deeper if you could, please.
Yeah.
So, fucking up all over the place.
You've got X on trash.
Okay.
Okay, so tank stack up. If this ready check is clean, we're gonna kill this boss.
Noon's main tank. Not our hateful. Melee, please do not get hateful. Alright.
Okay.
Countdown.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Patchwork want to play.
As soon as we were starting out, right? I'm already in the wrong spot. Operator here.
Spread.
So I'm at. What's my cap HP right now with last two?
Heal the people with overcharge, please. Heal the people with overcharge.
Yeah, I got 47,000.
Yeah, I don't like this overcharge mechanic very well.
Phil, let me move it to Kaz. Hello, game.
I see the tier is remembering that it's Thursday.
How many splinters did you need still, Puggle? 5, okay.
3 to go. Damn. Prime a 60 cat.
I need to figure out this lag thing though before I continue. I have a feeling I'm gonna die on these slimes too. I was getting delayed that entire fight.
I'm going DPS now, so you got. It's just not line break.
Sounds fine. Let's get everybody across the slime and heal up.
Jeez. My heal is so bad. It's kind of the one thing about like trying to off heal in here is if you don't have the healing trinket, you don't get bonus healing. I get bonus threat, health, and damage. So if I don't have the healing trinket, I don't get bonus healing. So even my max heal is just worthless because my health is so fucking high right now.
Westnut is asking for something.
Westnut is not in BC right now. Where is Westnut?
Was just somewhere.
She released.
Oh.
Here's it.
Life is meaningless. It is in death we are truly tested.
And then, Rake, I'm keeping Thunder Fury up, so you don't have to do it on bosses.
Chad get Fort. I clicked it off.
Freaking warrior. Give him intellect too, so he's smart enough.
I have it. It's helping, I think.
We're doing all hard modes tonight, guys. We're doing difficulty 4. Don't worry, 6-piece will save us.
And then who didn't live on Patchwork? I don't know who's training.
At the very end, I was, because I thought I could bump it off, but I had like 2 seconds left of forbearance, so I just ran it out. Once I realized what was going on, so that was my bad.
I don't know why they did that. Did you guys get it then?
Spread.
It's right at the very end.
That's our raid lead. Just saying.
Rally cry out.
I don't know if you're talking about the training before that.
No, it was at the end, yeah.
Yeah, it's just hitting at the end.
I just have to see more that shouts out for people that have it.
I didn't see myself get shouted out, I might have missed it, but I noticed that when somebody else got shouted out near me, I checked the debuff and I had it. It's like, oh, okay, well, I'll just bubble this, and then it didn't work. I was like, okay, well.
There's some explosion and knockback in melee or whatever.
I believe that was me, because I missed my bubble timer. Because forbearance is a hell of a thing. He died really fast, too. Like, forbearance only lasts a minute, and their wings were right on full, and he was dead before I lost my forbearance, so it's crazy.
We literally died in under a minute.
Yeah.
I don't know why
Yeah, we
people
got
don't
an
take
extra
into this
one.
lip over here. It's just like mind blowing to me.
What was it?
5% damage
Oh,
boost, too.
324-ish or so, I think?
So
It was like-
at least everybody has
Wait,
their
notice how this works?
buff,
Yeah.
the
Don't
correct
fuck up
percentage
signs,
buff.
please.
I
Get
like
them
this.
out. Range can go
that
as
shows this on
facing
here.
the bosses. The next area. Range can go right if that's helpful. Melee can go to the wall that's near us.
Keon
is the
didn't
spell.
have his
Nobody has
on,
the spells.
but he got the upgrade, but he just forgot to apply it, which
Boom's good.
is why that's really nice. I'm actually surprised we don't have problems with more people
Range,
not
please
remembering to
kill slimes
update
as
their
they
buff.
spawn on Riken, please. Don't let them stack up. Just kill
5,
them.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Does all of who have 6-piece? Riken has 6-piece. That's the only one that matters. It's the only 6-piece that matters.
To the wall, Chad. We're behind us this time.
And streaming and playing this game, they do not play well together.
Spread.
Oh, okay.
Run out.
Letting the ads stack up. I know he's almost dead, so just kill the boss and get these ads down.
What the fuck is unstable mutagen, and why did it hit me?
Unstable is the injector.
Did you
You
get
were probably
dispelled?
standing in it.
No, I got hit and just died.
Yeah, he got hit for 19k by it.
Dude, 2 servos arms? What the fuck,
I'm
Chad?
Yeah.
This is fucking
They aren't
radius.
this anymore, but
They're not.
Fucking tired of this shit.
It is weird. Did you?
It's fine though. We got the answer.
Okay.
I should probably pull up the list here and see.
You only need one more, right, Puggle? After
They-
that one.
I'm kind of anti using
well,
the
there it is.
assignment
There's
sheet
40.
because I used it all last week, and literally they changed everything but didn't update the assignment
Let
sheet.
him go out there.
Paladins put on Inspiration Exemplar. Get Fear Wards up on tanks. Alright, same shit as usual. It's all marked on there. Reckon's gonna be in the back with the ad.
Sounds like they may have actually
Pointed left.
updated it, but
Come back over to Skull, please. Come back over to Skull. Otherwise, you guys will keep entering and leaving combat over there. Just come back to Skull, back to Skull, back to Skull. Nobody else fall. Let's get a closet in over here so we can summon Kissel back up.
see this one here, like it,
Very nice
it drives me nuts. It's like Gullen knows what's up,
so yeah,
and I
so
know what's up. You back up on the pipe, and you don't go into combat with the shit in front of you.
On the ads, please do not let any of them get to glue.
But it's like everybody else getting us in combat is causing a problem. It's like it's so annoying.
Just blow it up.
I'm the top person.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
Very good. You have to give me a second.
32,000 health in cat form. I just like to point that out. It's ridiculous. Got to.
This drop rates are toxic. Another 4 calls this week for Warrior Hunter Mage.
Yep.
Think you mean optimal?
Well, when druids have got like 10% of the gear.
Go.
Okay.
Slow down at the end so we can fail to catch
I'll
up.
play. Yeah.
Stay to the right so you don't fall in the hole. I didn't know we were moving either. Alright. Let's go.
They said do it same as usual. It's like normally they do the pull timer when we're going down the thing, and it's just like go. Every single time I've jumped off and dashed in midair like that, and then for whatever reason this time they're like, oh, we were gonna wait at the end. It's like, why do you change shit? Stop fucking changing shit. Just do it the same fucking way we did it last week.
Because Nick, you guys are fucking wait.
No. I didn't know you could pop into combat.
Yeah. The last week on PC.
It's like every single week that we have done this, they do a pull timer at the beginning of the pipe. And then just for whatever fucking reason, they don't do it this time. And there's just like, go, and it's like, what? Like, we don't even know what the hell we're doing. So, it's like, what the fuck, man? Like, just zero consistency at all. It's so ridiculous. The damage isn't really getting much faster, sadly. I'm at 6 stacks of the debuff. So, it's like, even though the overall damage that we do increased, it was like 3% per piece, so what, 24% more damage
Druid shoulders.
2 more pairs.
than base damage, and that kill didn't really happen that much faster. I still got 6 stacks, so it's like like these numbers don't make as much difference as people seem to think.
I was doing, but you guys went. I asked to wait.
Okay. Just have range go left, melee go right. Standard, everything that shows on the sheet should be good to go. Healers, Almonds and Kaz are going right. Wesna and Keon are left. What was the jump? One thing about this, if you get the overcharged and you're not going to be able to immune it, you need to run it out of the raid. Please don't fuck over everybody by chain lightning. Don't get too far that you can't make the positive negative. But if you do miss the positive negative, then just stay out till the next one. If you're going to use lips.
Oh my god.
What's that?
Let's fucking go.
Yeah, so like go farther to the left.
We've done this is like week 5 or week 6. It's like, why are we talking about this? If you don't know what to fucking do, you don't be here. Like, what the fuck?
You lip, so once again, with lip.
Jesus Christ.
It's a 10-second debuff, followed by a 30-second debuff. You want to lip on the transition from the 10-second to the 30-second. So when there's about 2 or 3 seconds left on your debuff, on the first debuff, that's when you lip, and then it should protect you from the second.
It's like, we did this last week with 0 lips. Like, why are we even using them? 2 weeks from now, it's gonna be worthless. It's like, why is this a thing?
4, 3.
Probably safe, yeah.
2,
Just double check, make sure the debuff is
1.
gone for you.
careful here. I got too close last time and you about knocked me off the ledge.
Stalix split in. Stalix split in.
Spread.
Chill on Stalix.
Oh. That always scares the shit out of me when it launches me like that.
Stop on Stalix. It's fine. It's why I call Stalix. You can almost dead. Okay, go. Get in the middle.
If you still have the chain, get out.
Yeah, obviously don't run in the middle of the group if you overcharge. Negative left, positive right, negative left, positive right, look it up. There it is.
Spread.
Okay, we're sharing the raid.
Rallying up.
Big heals, big heals, big heals. Watch your debuff.
Negative.
And watch your charge.
Yeah, I don't understand why people get so freaked out about this. It's like the worst part of this is figuring out where you need to be at the very beginning.
Oh, the chain. We do have that. Except heal through. That does suck you.
I'm guessing they use
Just 3 cats, we just got it. If they live, it will make the boss
Spread.
attack some heals. So watch your
Still negative. But yeah, it's like the starting one is the worst one to figure out. And then once you're in the starting one, you just know what your polarity charge is, and if it chains, you go through. You don't need to pay attention to what it is. Like if you're on negative, if you're negative, then you don't move. If you get positive, then you switch to the other side. Like it blows my mind how much people freak out about this fight.
If you're in group, make sure you're stepped out.
Before it's too late.
Fortunately, we haven't had a whole lot of problems with this, but
Spread.
Yep.
So the lip worked, by the way.
Flurry ship, watch your debuff.
still native. I haven't had to move the entire fight. Doesn't happen frequently, but sometimes.
A lot of chain lighting hitting the raid, guys.
Not allowed to play tonight. What are you talking about? What happened, Yoder?
Chain lighting still hitting people. Stop.
Yeah, if
Who
you,
dares violate the
especially in
sanctity
this
of my
color
domain?
variant specific,
Be warned.
make sure you're
All who
saving your pop
trespass here
cooldowns for
are
lips.
doomed.
I don't really care about the extra 20-30.
Oh, chaining you?
Power,
Yeah,
but we lost
that's
several
ridiculous.
people to chaining. So make sure you're saving it.
I mean, the first deaths was kind of unavoidable because of paint got old.
I mean,
Yeah,
them wanting
that's
people to use
unavoidable, but
lips,
then towards the
like
end, people were
that's
chaining.
basically just creating an extra level
That's Riken.
of strategy when people
I'm
can't
rolling
handle
off
the
SR,
base strategy.
so,
It's like it'd have been
Jackington
better off
Paris.
if they just said, if you get the debuff, just run the fuck out. Don't try to lip it, because then people are gonna screw it up and they're gonna use lip at the wrong time, and then it's not gonna work. And it's like just tell them to run the fuck out. We don't need people to stay in to min-max this shit. It's like this is not a parsing guild. What no one fucking cares about your parses here.
Oh, well, then I'll
Seriously.
wait. Or actually, I'll reward it to you, and if he rolls higher than a 92 Chaddington, just treat it to
He
him.
did say pass in chat, but
Oh, he
It's
did?
like there's gonna be so many people that fuck that up because they don't know what they're doing, because they've never had to do it before.
But also, I hope I didn't make him rage quit. No.
Alright.
Ah, jacked me a Corruptor Scourge Stone. Yeah.
We're just two taking this,
So
correct?
that's bloody favoritism there. He's doing
The
loot
boss,
tonight.
yeah.
And
Okay.
you guys saw it right here live
We're
on
gonna
stream.
stack 'em all
He didn't
on
roll off that
the
Corruptor
dude's
Scourge
ads
Stone. He just
and
handed it to me.
leave the ads down.
Loot favoritism.
but focus on the boss, cleave off of the boss. Split dots on the ads, we do need to kill them, but the focus is to get the boss down. Please do not drag the boss out, just basically meet him in the middle, turn him around, tank him there. We will kill him before he does Locust Swarm.
Is his heart set there, Luo? Can he, does he need something off this boss?
Yeah, getting points early for TBC. Yeah.
I'll go getting quest. Chad, do you have the shit to go get your shit?
I need the mats.
Oh, that'll be a good thing. I can be like, hey, bloody, I really need that bow in
Yeah, summon back. I was just saying that.
in SOD. We can work out a trade here. Get you a new sword for your rogue.
Otherwise,
I can run out to summon.
no, I don't mind if you left Puggle to do it. I just was, if you didn't need SRs off this boss, we should have probably just continued. He's already out there though, so it's all good.
Oh, you have to kill KT with the quest line?
Yes.
Yeah, he drops a piece of it.
Okay, then yeah.
Alright, sweet, let's go.
Okay.
Oh, since he had it, it looks like he already had him a summon out there for himself, so it worked out.
It's all beforehand, yep.
This is already pretty low. I don't know if it's gonna make a difference.
I think we can. We lost like
Drop the shadow quality.
I mean,
is
maybe
that
not
like
all
necessary?
Little hearts beating.
If that helps any.
Yes. Beating faster now. Soon the beating will stop.
Yeah, that's valid.
Personals? Yeah, I can pop a set.
Yeah, let's get a fresh set for everybody. So put yours away. We're gonna get a fresh set.
Don't go too far in.
Yeah, it's like what are we looking at here? We got what 3, 5, 6 people with no world buffs.
Please make sure on this boss to remember to spread left to right. Ranged and melee, spread left to right. We don't want a bunch of people.
Look at this Puggle guy. Doesn't even have any booned. Doesn't even have any booned world buffs. Look at that.
Alright, I'm popping.
Like, I like this add-on in Classic. It's getting a little overpowering in SOD though, because they added a column for world buffs, and then they also added a column specifically for the Nax buff. So it's like the screen just keeps getting wider and wider.
Big focusing boss and chaining off to the ads, Rhoda.
Correct.
I don't.
I would like ferals get rakes up on both.
I don't have any world buffs booned either.
I'm sure you're going to anyway, but
yeah, they gotta pad them numbers.
It's like world buffs are so completely unnecessary.
The boss we can.
We should die fast.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Just a little taste.
It's like I love how they're like, oh, anytime we're doing trash stuff, I get the X. And it's like these didn't even get marked. Like, and I don't even have assist. I was gonna mark my own, but I was like, I don't have assist, so I can't mark it. Jesus, the boss is gonna die before the ads die.
Congrats on the cloak not line.
Oh yeah, look at
There's some paladin shot here.
Right.
Okay, what does that lose? Oh, 1% dodge. Eee. Can't really put that on yet. I don't want to lose a dodge percent.
Alright, going back tank.
Have to get that enchant done after raid. Oh fuck.
I'm gonna roll
Last
off
time-
pieces too. I'm getting
That's
full.
good. Last time we were in here, the Grand Widow trash was very clean. Let's try to do the same as we did last week, please.
Oh, you got
Top 4.
I forgot my remnants.
Very good. Let's get the littles takes, and then we can pet pull next up.
So yeah, I think I need 2 rings out of here, and I'll have everything
More trash,
in this zone that I need.
Just be careful. Let's pet pull these, please.
I still need the. I've got the cloak here, and I still need
bear, wait,
the.
you rolled on the wrong thing.
Somebody sent in the Freon pet.
I need the neck from.
I know.
That's actually still from Cthulhu though.
We have 2 more if anyone wants them.
That's Grip Reaver.
I think lowering the particle
Alright, top 3.
density helped a little bit with the graphical lag, but it's not. It's still having some issues.
It's the piece I don't use.
There's something going on in the background with this druid. There's like there's an add-on or a weak R or something that's specific to this druid that causes this problem. Because when I raid my hunter, that doesn't happen.
Trade with me.
What's that? Riken bitching about loot again? Imagine that.
Yeah, I don't know what. Oh, it's because it was a word.
Get little never suckers, be careful.
Oh, look at that. There's a paladin in the group, and somehow I'm still taking him. Probably because he's flapping his jaw about fucking loot.
Everybody stay back except for Nix.
They're gonna get deleted otherwise.
Yeah, he's like, I eventually want another piece of, or another pair of shoulders for my paladin, so I don't have to keep switching gear. But yeah, and he just sounds that fucking lame. But it's like, dude, why do you need to vocalize that? It's like no one fucking cares.
Here. That's what worked last time. So
I mean, and people probably wouldn't mind it if he never complained about loot. But that dude bitches about loot more than anyone I have ever fucking met. Like, it's ridiculous. It's like no one cares. It's like that's a completely irrelevant thing.
Buddy, would you be okay if I got that?
I don't care. Yeah, if you're doing that's that.
I think it's that actually does give me my.
Yeah, he's fucking Demon Claw. He seriously is.
Close to finishing my melee set.
He
yet.
plays about as good as Demon Claw did as well, which is funny.
Wait, did you get him?
No, I canceled.
Oh.
Any tank confirmed?
I'm waiting on break.
I'm just gonna sit here and hump this barrel for a little while.
Your mortal desires mean nothing. You are acolytes of the Master now, and you will serve the cause without question. The greatest glory is to die in the Master's service.
Fine, all these boys.
I'll die here watching.
The first kill goes to me.
With arcane bombs not working on these guys, the easiest way to do it is just to make sure you're always on the uphill from them, so when they do the knockback, you just don't go very far.
Mind control, it can burn it right away, and then.
Yes.
Just making sure.
We are gonna do one mind control off the ribbon. Let's do
So we don't have
this. Yep.
Yoder's humping the barrel too.
Just a tanking offhand.
Oh.
You need a puzzle? Yeah, I think so. Alright, let's go to DE.
Stay back, let the tanks pull us. Okay.
Hooters.
Yeah, Yoder's in Twitch. the castigator. That was actually, I think that was actually a relatively decent tanking item in Axe.
That was meant to be off spec. Okay.
If you need it, Gooch, it's fine, man.
Come on, Bloody, what's going on here?
I'll roll off the rest later.
Yeah, like Bloody's fucking up fucking loot left and right. It's like, what the hell, man? You've been doing this for months at this point. Like, I used Gargle for the first time ever last night when we did AQ40. Never had a single problem with loot. And Bloody's like, oh wait, that was supposed to be off spec. I know you can hear me, Bloody.
Yeah, I got him.
No, I know Midget's been doing the loot, but Bloody Shots has been using Gargle. I never used it before. Like last night was the first night I ever used Gargle. I never had it installed. 0 loot problems. It's actually a really powerful program. I like it a lot. We're gonna use it for distributing loot in Anniversary.
They're not BIS anymore, but they're still not bad.
They're still useful, yeah.
Why are all of these people running down here? It's like they're on the way. It's like you guys are not tanks. What are you fucking doing?
I mean, I'll take one.
It's a good offhand in certain situations, but it's outside of max level. You need to wrestle like I do. Yeah. And I gotta use Thunder Pure while I'm in here.
Yeah, I know. I'm kind of a special snowflake.
No, it's better if you have a better threat gen.
I'm a barrel humper.
That is accurate.
I've just been waiting for somebody to actually notice that I've been sitting here humping the barrel.
Did you lose your voice or what?
I thought about doing it through the entire pool because I don't really do anything here. So it's like I thought about just sitting here the whole time and humping this barrel, but no one mentioned it. I figured Bloody Shots would have said something.
Feels great, but also dying. Okay.
It's not fair. When Noonian gets sick, he sounds like he needs to read audiobooks. When I do, I sound like I'm a dying cancer patient. It's fucking awful.
Felt that.
Okay. Grand Widow. We have Not Lying grabbing the left ones, Soon grabbing the right ones, Riken main tanking, stack them all together, blow them up, Saiwan grab whatever one you want, silence early, and then just focus on the AoE and the ads down. Once the ads are dead, we can full focus the boss, but the ads do need to die first. And yeah, that's pretty much it. Stay out of fire. Fire's bad. Try to dispel the toxin if you can, but it doesn't do that much damage.
Burning rage here. Let's go. Like, why did we need a ready check? Just pull timer. Like, people were literally just doing trash that they all literally just walked in the room. They're fucking here.
With that shit? All right, I guess.
No. Daddy. I said no. No.
I know,
Daddy.
Did they give me assist yet?
Yes, Daddy.
Timers, please.
I still don't have assist yet. Jesus, like all of my, like 50% of my rage is fucking gone now.
5, 4,
Sure.
3,
I'm just
2, 1. Run while you still can. Watch your feet.
Okay. I killed Skull first. Or mind control Skull first. Like, why did you mark that one as Skull? Like, why was that one marked as Skull if you were gonna mind control it? Like, Skull is first kill target, not fucking mind control target.
Please ads, please.
Watch your feet.
Like, my health isn't even moving. It's like, just stand in the fire.
Watch your feet.
Come on over here, you fucker.
What's the AoE?
Watch your feet.
whole fight. It's not fun.
I mean, if we really wanted to, I could literally just mind control them all, move them away, and then
And sack them.
sack them if we really want to and not worry about it.
Not a terrible idea, just to like chain mind control, drag them out of the raid, and
Yeah.
die. Yeah.
I mean, I really don't even need to do it in the beginning. I mean, she dies so fast.
I guess I need to go start
You
farming
don't
arcane
need to shut her
crystals.
down at all. Like, we can
I
tank
don't
through
think
that.
so. Yeah.
Yeah.
Next week's reserves will be both of the rings that I need, assuming that I don't get one of them tonight. So I'm gonna need those 10 fucking arcane crystals soon.
RNG. He makes his own luck. Okay.
We left some
Is that silence,
trash
the
here.
physical silence?
Yes, it's not a dispel of silence, unfortunately.
It is.
Okay.
I can see it off my side.
Had a red box on my screen.
Yo. Oh, thank you. Is it back here?
Yeah, I'll put that in.
Bloody is a master looter. He knows what he's doing.
Oh
All I keep hearing is they use a big shot. He won't miss this grab.
Don't do that.
Yeah, I mean that's what I'm hearing.
You gotta remember, he's gonna have probably what his face was
No, he's gonna set up control so it auto loses other people. He just
Yeah.
you need to sit down for a 20-minute training session with Bloody? Oh, lucky.
Yay!
Don't make me quit.
That's what you get for vibing and just enjoying yourself, midget. You die.
The real question is, what kind of music is so good?
So, who wants to take bets on pulling loot or pulling trash we don't need to pull this week? First one being that group of ghouls right there. Now the one benefit that we have right now is the ghouls are walking away.
I will need that.
So if we get over here quickly and pull this group, we won't even have a chance to fuck it up.
Maybe. Healers in between packs here. Try to take a look at the sheet for. Take a look at the sheet for make stuff.
They're distracted at the moment.
Move around, kill the circles. Move around, everybody.
Look at that! Guided to victory.
Everybody around the corner. Don't get back there.
I'm watching you bloody shots. I see you bouncing around over there.
Damn it. We got more gargoyles.
Fucking bloody.
Spiders.
Stack them up. Kill the skull. Keep the spiders.
We almost made it, guys. We almost made it. If people would have just moved down this fucking ledge down here by the green goo, we wouldn't have pulled any of that shit.
Stack up for heals. Don't run ahead. Stack up for heals. We'll all stand here until this debuff's gone.
I mean, it's only 9 stack. It's doing 1,300 damage every 3 seconds. I have 40,000 health.
Yeah, right.
I mean, I don't know. I think we're fine.
Okay. Moving on.
Everybody's at like 2%. Give it a second. Or pull.
What do you? Everybody's full.
Man, I was at 2%.
True.
It's like,
Remember, Raiken's here.
we don't need to pull any of this shit. But the ghouls are moving around. Where somebody's gonna butt pull them. Someone is gonna butt pull here.
Not continue.
Turn back while there's still time.
Someone is gonna butt pull those ghouls. There's people that are up there that are not supposed to be up there.
Hug the wall. Get around the corner and then up in the mix.
Everybody made it through. Holy shit. Holy fucking shit.
Pulling faster. We want to clear hard before. We need to be pulling faster.
There's no plural.
There's all one of them.
And somebody bitched about us pulling with people having 2% mana.
So
And it's like it's 2 creatures. They get deleted.
makes up. Did the same shit we had last week for web wraps. We are going to have the hunters go to the north side.
Yeah, we made it through an entire week without anyone pulling a shade. Well, at least in this hallway. We still have some more hallways to go.
Back here, mostly going to be bear because I think Golan's still a little under the weather. So bear and then whatever other range can help back here need to help. Make sure that we get the web wraps down quickly. Web spray cooldowns are listed. Please make sure that we're taking care of that. So the first one's going to be Kaz with something. Second one is going to be almonds. Third one's going to be half shield from Riken, and the fourth one, if we end up needing one, will be Wesna. So make sure that we're running abolish poison on the tank at all times, especially as we go into web spray.
Pop in my personals. 1 sec.
Don't. Midget wanted to buy a set of world buffs, so make sure you're booned if you're unbooned.
Alright, okay. They're
I'll
not
give him a
unbooned
sec.
yet.
Okay.
Cool.
Alright.
We'll try that bump it. See if that works.
Cassie, you should just yell, "I have the power."
That would be funny. Get a little weak for
5,
that. Or
4,
macro.
3, 2, 1.
Yeah. Where have you been, bro?
When you see ads, you need to kill the ads, by the way. We can't have them up during web spray, so bye.
Target
Web
change.
wraps, get them off the wall. Ping your location if you're on the wall.
Spiderlings at 5.
There's one to the left. Oh, no, I still got it.
Spiders.
They didn't even move. This is a little bit better, but it's still got some lag going on. I just don't understand what's causing this. It doesn't do it on the hunter, so I don't know why it doesn't on the bear. Ah!
Target change.
Oh, she's a beast, not an undead. No. I'm so dead. I'm so dead. I cannot believe I survived that.
Target change.
I don't even know if I had the poison removed. That's what I'm saying. It's like if I start talking and I'm not paying attention to threat meter, I was just doing normal rotation, no cooldowns, no nothing. I didn't even start DPSing at the same time everyone else did, and I pulled threat off of fucking Riken. It's just like, dude, what are you doing?
Congrats soon.
Thank you.
It's like zero reason I should have been able to pull threat off of him there. Yeah, seriously.
Plague next.
Oh, Gullen. Or Keon Pass, so it's just gonna go to Gullen.
There's 2 of them there.
No,
That's
only
the warrior
one.
hunter mage. There's 2.
I heard my name. What's up?
Oh, did I roll off the wrong one? That's my bad.
Maybe just whisper me because whenever somebody tries to talk, they get talked over. So.
Yeah, I didn't pop any fucking threat cooldowns there at all. Like Berserk didn't get used, nothing. Like I was just literally just spamming buttons while talking.
Oh, yeah, right.
Like I wasn't even doing the rotation. It's just so bad. I don't understand. I really don't.
Chad, I'm doing a little bit better, buddy.
Hell yeah.
Not great, but
Okay, move in left, in and left.
Alright, my bags are full again.
As soon as DPS Riken's tanking, not lines picking up the ads, hold them away
Yeah,
from the
I'm
rage,
ruining
they'll
his
toss them
immersion.
dead, and then we'll kill the ads.
That's accurate.
I'm running back now. I'll probably do trash during the gauntlet. Fuck it. Or loot, because I'm full. Yeah, I was trying. I switched when I could. Rorda. Was trying to hit him.
Guys, the Warriors are missing int buff. This is an important buff.
True. They need to hit smarter.
Yeah.
4, 3,
Who knows? They
2,
could be training weapons.
1.
Your life is forfeit.
Okay, my hands are off the keyboard.
Rise, my soldiers. Rise and fight once more.
It's like, this is the job that Riken should have. He should be going around and picking up these fucking ads.
Or Bill.
Just sacrifice him for declines first.
He just wants paying me money for old bucks.
Tell him, watch it, right, watch it, right, watch it, right.
Rise, my soldiers. Rise and
Watch it,
fight
right.
once more. I will serve the master.
Like, Riken would be great for this job. Stand down here and collect ads.
I'm rolling these just soft now.
It's a cool looking
Yeah,
paladin leggings.
yeah, you're both on +1 right now, so. 2 so. Pistol, we got a +2.
I'm gonna start off-specking this stuff.
It's your piece, but I can't use
I'm gonna get myself some
Does
DPS gear,
anyone
and I'm just
even
gonna
have
quit
interest
tanking.
in these paladin, shotgun and garbage? Because I'll just give it all to you.
Is Bud
Otherwise,
here?
It'll just go to Kaz. Yeah, he's the only one that's stupid enough to do that.
Okay, for Hygen, we are doing the normal dancing, moving around the room type thing. Range are going to be on the platform. Riken, make sure you get a decent amount of distance from the stage, that they're not getting the mana burn. And make sure we're dispelling immediately. That's pretty much it. Burn the boss down. Easy peasy.
Okay.
He's just gonna be left on the boss if no one
Okay, so it is possible to stand on the platform
DE them. I guess
and have people spread far enough apart that there is no mana burn. And the range are complaining that they're getting mana burned when the melee are doing the walk. It's like, back the fuck up, retards. Like, he's not even on the fucking platform anymore. If you're getting mana burn, your retarded ass is too fucking close. Stop being a retard. It's like so fucking bad.
That's okay. You're going to be DPS for the single thing. Make sure we're carrying plate beads, but watch your AoE. We'll pull off the thing.
Do you want me on low test?
Yes. No, I want you on low test. I want all three tanks to be ready against that one.
Druid, Paladin.
It's you, Riken.
Alright. Hand Kissel's fucking making out like a bandit tonight. Drax going. Zip. Kissel. Kissel on a +3.
Probably cry up. I saw Mage dead. Name and
Okay.
Alright. That's how you pull trash in this fucking wing. I don't know why they stop. Like, every time Riken pulls trash, he'll pull one pack and then stop. Then he pulls another pack and then he stops. It's like, dude.
Rebuff the mages quickly, please. As soon as Midget probably has like a 5-minute rest timer, but. Bats. Oh my god.
What was this? Last week, March the 4th? No. That's Karazhan. How is this not deleted? Probably we're in combat.
Please remember to cleanse, rebuff those.
Oh, well, you should delete it while you're in instance.
Not ready. Midget said not ready. Stop. Stop the timer.
4.
Got it. I got it.
Yeah, what was this, the 28th? An hour 13 in combat, 2 hours and 41 minutes in the zone. Better than the week before, but still, it's a lot of wasted time.
No time before respawns. Okay, full time, let's go. Boy, let's go, 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 go. This is about, yeah. We're moving, we're moving.
Shit, got stuck on the thing.
Reds, paladins, spell yourselves immediately. Fever, the mana burn hurts.
They get out. Alright, I'm going nuts with damage now. If I pull thread off him this time, he just sucks. Bunch of belts.
Hey, nice.
Alright, top 2 on these. That's the warrior, hunter, mage.
These are all beasts. Yeah, well, those should when they get back to their spawn points, they should disappear.
No off specs.
It's not used very often.
Yeah, it's fair.
If you can.
What if you? Oh, pre-pot. Yeah,
Pre-pop.
yeah. Greater Shadow Circuit.
Phazon, Szechuan, roll.
That is one of the items that my Shadow Priest still needs. The freaking sorting hat. I'm SRing it tonight, actually.
It's a good sorting hat.
It is a good sorting hat. 3% crit on that shit is insane.
Alright.
Alrighty, for Lothab, I think we're running Knot Lion for this one. So Knot Lion's going to be starting, and then Riken and Sung are going to be pouring thread into the boss as much as you can. Just in case something happens, we are going to have cooldowns set up as shown in the assignment sheets. Please be on top of that. 1 second.
Let's see. My food buff is worn off. 7 minutes on.
Did we roll those warrior gloves or no?
Sharpening stone or big
There's
stone,
still
whatever you
one
want to
open
call
roll
it.
on that. I just haven't gotten to it yet. I was rolling the shorter timer stuff off first. Like
Yeah, other than that, please make sure that we're following those, and then the groups is going to be Group 2, Group 3, then Group 4, plus the Feral from Group 1, and then any DPS who don't have it. They're going to be on the 4th. So Group 2, Group 3, Group 4.
Yeah, I don't give a fuck about DPS. Not my problem. I need to know threat, and I need to know if I'm getting fucking healed.
Alright, everyone's ready? Everybody inside the gate, please. Everybody inside the gate. Inside the gate.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Parried over and over, I hear it.
Okay, second spores.
He isn't dead. Oh, yeah. Frenzy regen is not healing me, unfortunately. But it instantly starts healing me the moment that the debuff wears off, so that's good. Dodge is holding. There it goes. Yep, boom, back up to the top. I've already lived like twice as long as Riken normally does. So even if I die now, it doesn't matter. It's getting nasty. Probably gonna have some problems living for this next one. Lived the whole fight. Lived the whole fight.
Congrats, Szechuan and Kaz. Double drop.
Proceed, and I will banish your souls to a
2 druid pants dropped.
Just loot off now, as well as some stuff in my packs. Pay attention. Brimstone staff. Military slots.
I'm actually surprised that none of the druid pants were reserved.
That's wild.
3 wings down on hard mode 4 with 1 hour in. It's not bad, guys.
That's real good.
Alright, otherwise going GE.
Good job on the cooldowns this week, guys.
Yeah, very good.
Yeah, that was a really clean loath up. Well, or you can have a we can have a shot at it again next week, and you guys can just cycle back and forth on it.
Oh, 98 on it. Hell yeah.
Yeah, we need to be really careful about spores and losing them to starfalls. Like once we've seen where the spores are coming from, I need the boomkins to be really monitoring where they're standing.
So
on a +4, that's crazy.
Oh wait.
No.
That was not what I needed. Shit.
After and see who did it. Who's breaking them early?
Somebody mentioned it to me that we lost some. So.
Hey, Bloody, does this need to go to? Was Kissel the next in line? I meant to hit off spec, not main spec.
It was Kissel and you. You two were the only one that rolled main spec.
Okay, then Almond's for off spec is next.
I think so.
I mean, I guess arguably I rolled a 98. If it's going to off spec, I'm just gonna keep it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say you rolled a 98. Just hang on to it.
Yeah. I just wanted to make sure nobody needed it for main spec. I clicked the wrong button.
But our bumps are things are going down.
Yeah, 1 hour consumes are up in a few minutes. Same shit as usual. We're gonna get Sion on square to start with, and then about 20 or 30 seconds later we'll have Luo pick up.
I'll be honest. I'll tell you what, we might be able to kill him before 1.
We might, but I just want him there just in case.
Alright, pulling.
No, we're not all here. Sorry, Stone and
Yeah, maybe we don't do that.
I mean, you can go and hold. If you can go and hold, man, if you want to, you tank the boss.
He only hits for 50k. It's fine.
1 or 2 more seal rings.
I know, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We good?
Which is nutty.
Yeah, we should be good. We're all here now.
Okay. all right.
Yeah, just let him. Just go ahead and get your mind soothes, and then on the next go around. Yeah.
The time for practice is over. Show me what you've learned.
God damn it, I should have went kids. Apologize.
No problem. How dare you? I'm gonna kill us like 10 seconds lower now. Bitch.
I broke it, broke.
You should have stayed home.
I got him. I had him for a sec.
It broke way too early this
Luo,
time.
Luo, I need you to do your thing.
Move him around the corner if you can, so we can shout.
There you go. Yeah, it's on a deadline
That's when
now.
we thought it would be dull.
Yeah,
There you go.
yeah. Gotta love that random just goes early.
9 seconds on shot. Back him up a little more, Luo, if you can. Just a smidge. Perfect, perfect.
Hi,
Okay.
You should have shown me what you've got.
Got him.
Did I pull back?
Shot 5.
It's just being dumped in chat.
Yeah.
Shot stuff.
Alright.
Well, the next fight is about that we've lost 7 people. So don't worry. We'll have a big set of world ones ready to go.
Yay. Just a reminder that I am taking donations right now.
I broke again early.
You should have stayed home.
Careful shout.
Are you really asking me that?
Kill boss, kill boss, kill boss. Kill.
It's on midget. It's on right.
Kill this boss.
And it's dead.
An honorable
Sacrifice myself for the team.
Okay, nothing lost.
No, nobody died. Nobody died.
God. That fucking sucked. Just too early.
I didn't even get one dodge in. Like what? I don't think I got one dodge.
While there's still time.
Thanks, Blizz. Yeah, giving me that.
Vesuvius is always such a fucking crapshoot.
Is that the chest you need, Zith? It is. That's fucking mean.
Idle.
Wait, what? I use tier or that chest.
I thought it was Necronite.
I don't want that shit.
Oh, Necronite Garb. Yeah, that's what I need for best. That's right.
Yeah, I was like, isn't that what you need?
Do you have that yet, Puggle?
Oh, no tankering.
This guy's being a dick to you.
Okay, well, it's going to Kaz.
Yeah.
Top 3. Oh, Phazon. Trade it to Phazon. Kaz.
AFKing real quick while they're rezzing and looting. Be back.
Rogue Priest Warlock.
Alright guys, back, sorry about that. Right. This has got some bad latency, just like looking around the zone. This is so annoying. I just don't know what's causing this.
Healing neck, pendant of forgotten names.
Watch the whirlwind on the captains.
I got him disarmed. Or at least one of them, anyways.
Congrats, Wesna.
I'm waiting for more brutal MMO where a disarm actually just chops off a limb.
That's one way to disarm.
Back?
That's dis wrist.
Thank you, Nut.
We have a repair bot down. Use it, please.
Ooh, nice.
What do I midget was the one who placed it?
It's further back, Bloody.
There's no
I'll grab it.
There's no way of knowing.
Exactly.
Okay, the group assignments for each side are in the assignment sheet underneath the picture. So if you're on the left side group, you're staying on live. If you're on the right side group, you're going to dead. Simple as that. Stone is going to help off tank on the live side. He's going to pick up the little ones, or help pick up the little ones. Make sure that you leave the riders to Riken, please.
Alright,
Let's get fresh set, please. Put away your world buffs if you pulled them out. Probably didn't in between here and Vesuvius, but just in case.
The deadliest trash in
Which add-ons did you end up getting rid of, Kaz?
People always bitch if we don't say something, so.
It is true, it is appreciated.
Oh, 1 second, let me pop. Is everyone boomed up? Oh, you got one.
I'm thinking about killing Titan
I got
Panel.
one
I don't really use it for anything, to be honest.
Since a lot died. Did you want this Matisti for anything?
Yeah, I actually wonder if Auctionator is not part of the problem, because it's like, that's a pretty beefy add-on.
Okay, everybody should have their world buffs and all their shit. Go to your brick sides, please.
I'm gonna flip that one out and see what happens.
Do you not have room, Kaz? You got room?
Maybe. That might have been it.
Tanks, when Gothic comes down, please face him so his back is to the gate, please, on both sides. His back is to the gate. That
Yeah, I
way
mean, this is
all
pretty
of
smooth
DPS
now,
can
so.
know where to stand.
That might have been it. Maybe.
Yes, the boss's back should be to the gate, so you should be facing the direction that Skull is facing right now.
I will protect half of this side of the room. If that's the side you're on, then you should be safe. Soon usually does pretty good on his side. We usually work pretty well together. But...
I know. It is
It's
dumb.
been choppy actually. We've got a few.
Has been dropping.
got
2
a few.
weeks dropping like that.
It's been fairly even tonight.
It's just dumb when it keeps doing the same thing over.
Dara, you're gonna be on dead side.
I tapped out to check the heat.
You're good.
And that's what crashed.
It's all good. I figured you were looking, so I was like, yeah.
I do have Rebuke. Thanks for checking. The shuttable volleys are kickable, so we will keep kicking those.
I really wish they would just
Yeah, you
change
good?
all of WoW to be a single token system. Like it's just such an
Puggle
annoyance.
can start it. Yep.
Foolishly you have sought your own demise. Brazenly you have disregarded powers beyond your understanding. You have fought hard to invade the realm.
That happened in what? I think it wasn't until Wrath.
Now, there is only one way out. To walk the lonely path.
Doing Wrath DPS and not Wrath next.
Yeah. Well, this is the amount of DPS we're doing with the buffs in here is literally your
Lag?
supposed to, like, indicate,
Oh,
like,
it came from a Renaissance fair that was in town. We have an actual castle in our town,
Hannibal's early mob.
like a legit castle.
No, it's about.
And they have a Renaissance fair there, and so a couple of years back, Nell and I went to it as just kind of like something to do we'd never been before, and she wanted a flag. She's a huge fan of dragons, and it's a big flag with a dragon on it, so we picked it up.
Don't be so far up live side. You guys are way too close. You don't want to take this. You don't want the tanks.
Yeah, that's what I have a feeling they're gonna do for TBC anniversary. Like with it being a rerun, I think they're gonna up the.
When you said flag behind me, I was like turning around. I thought you meant in game. I was like, "There's no flag here."
Remember, they're going to old, okay?
It's like, what the hell are you talking about?
Everyone gets a legend.
Yeah, I don't know if it's a legit flag for anything. We just saw it, and she's like, "Oh my God, dragon!" So we bought it. So I mean, it could be a legit flag, and then it may just be some random like Renaissance thing. I have no idea.
Yep. Warlord
legendaries, your weapon.
Legion went overboard.
Flee! The Horde's too late! You know what? Sometimes you have to go overboard to have fun.
Legion was the break the class in case of quit.
That was a fun expansion.
That's why I make sure you're kicking those fucking knights when they mana burn.
How many kicks over here?
All the mages.
Oh, the slow sucks. The slow sucks. I can't fucking move. What the fuck is going on here? Something is happening, and it's causing me to like run forward uncontrollably. Like I'm literally having to hold the S key to stand still. Like I don't know what the hell's causing that.
You have a small whip. Killing right.
Yeah, like we're starting to get overrun here.
You have fresh wave fillers.
got most of it here. We need to get these big guys down.
Okay, everybody back up on one side. Correct.
Dustin's lagging, she said.
Yeah, I'm kind of self-sustaining at this point, so it's not too bad. The 6 piece is pretty broken for stuff like this.
Yeah, I don't think I have enough.
We're off.
Death is the only escape.
That's another one of those where, like, Noonion's trying to fight me for threat. It's like, why, dude? I've got this. I don't understand. It's like single target threat, no one in this zone is beating me. Like, if they want to start assigning people to tank random things, I'm perfectly fine with that. But it's like, if we don't have a specific assignment, it's like,
tanks move up when you're ready to pull.
if I'm not tanking, then I should be.
Drive them out. Not before we've had our fun.
Enough battlers.
I'm perfectly fine with sharing the tank spotlight if they just want to be like, oh, well, this week you're going to tank, and then next week somebody else is going to tank. It's like, that's fine, I don't care. But it's like, if we don't have assignments, then...
Perhaps they will come to their senses and run away as fast as
Just
they
get the
can.
goals to be safe. I also want to get some kill
I
shades.
heard about enough of your sniveling. Shut your fly trap before I shut it for you.
Full hodge. Kill it.
Save your hand.
I saved Gullin.
Okay. Move around the corner. There's a patrol that goes through the middle here. I want to kill them. I don't want to leave them this time.
Yep, they're coming through right now.
Like,
no, later on. Oh yeah.
Like, this is the thing I don't, like, people don't understand. Like, you're not pulling if you're down here.
Just chill. Just chill.
It's like, if people are up on top, then they pull. But if you stay down here by the green, you don't pull.
Alright. Kill gargoyles. Wow, this is a lot of shit. Kill gargoyles.
I got frenzied regen going. I should be pretty fine. Like, one healer could probably keep me up with all this shit. Just take out the gargoyles. We should be okay. I think the problem that people are having with coming down here is like, you need to be down by the green slime. If you're up on the top, you're visible, and that's what pulled. It wasn't because people were too far ahead, it's because they were too high up. That's what pulled the gargoyles. No, it's not both. It's one or the other, and it was because people were too high up.
We should have been higher up this ledge, and we should have been further this ledge.
Like, he just doesn't even understand. Like, he's a fucking idiot. He has no fucking clue. That's Riken, by the way. Fucking retard. It's like, I was all the fucking way down here, like 5 fucking feet away from them, and not pulling because I'm out of line of sight. And he's like, we needed to be higher up. It's like, you're a fucking idiot, dude. You don't know what you're talking about. Please shut up.
Okay.
But he is such a bad fucking player. Like, he's not even a bad tank. He just sucks at the game. Like, you're just bad at WoW.
Immune.
Ah, shit.
Yeah, I just got the mute message on the kicking out of planes, right?
I just saw it.
Let's not go overboard on skipping trash. I'd rather just kill things so that we don't get bad pulls. We don't need to clear every single pad, but it's something that might be in our way. Just pull it, kill it.
It's like these you can't pass. Like you can't line of sight these guys. They'll see you. But it's like those over there we don't need to pull. Like there's zero reason to pull those guys.
Let's move up, get the gargoyles, get the shade. Or I'm sorry, the
Yeah, it's like you have to pull these acolytes first. If you don't, they're going to aggro with anything you pull. It's like, see, now everything's cleared and we can just go to the boss door. Like, we didn't need to kill any of that shit. Like, look at all the time that saved.
You might need a summon, the Antares.
Antares will need a summon.
Yeah, that's fine. That is totally fine.
But didn't
We should have another repair.
And imagine that, people not paying attention and AFK in a bad spot, and then he comes back and he's completely separated from the group. I mean, I get why they don't necessarily want to skip a bunch of trash because we have people doing stuff like that. But a lot of that is honestly related to the fact that we don't have set AFK times. It's like we've been in here for an hour and 30 minutes now. Why have we not had an AFK break? It's like take 5 minutes, let everybody get up and go piss and do whatever they got to do. I mean, hell, I even had to walk away to go piss. I mean, it's like put in an AFK timer in there, and then no one needs to get up.
Right.
Like everybody goes at the same time.
A pretty big stat stick loss.
I want some pictures.
You need
Pictures
to
of Spider-Man.
Oh. Yeah, repair if you have it on skull. Even if you repaired earlier, get that few durability.
Let's see.
I need pictures. Pictures of Spider-Man.
Okay, so same shit we did last week. We are gonna have Reagan go in and to the left, not line go in and to the right. Melee are going left, ranged are going to the right, hunters are going to the back, bloody on the left, Daragon on the right. Healers are assigned. Yeah, just make sure that we're doing our jobs. We're switching on 3, so try as soon as the
I wanted to see the actual differences in these.
Tanks up front, you guys can start moving.
1% hit with spell. That's probably why the extra hit rating.
All the way up into the swapping, and then range need to be stacked on top of not line. Some things to make sure that you're not like out by yourself before you have to be here. It's all about.
Probably time for well, not quite flash.
Yes, we will be popping world best.
Still got 38 minutes. Ugh.
If you're on boon, reboon.
I need a honey badger though. It's been an hour. Honey badger don't care.
Is it like 50 gold a pop per fucking world buff?
It's quite that much.
It's more, but yeah, it's yeah, because of the prices have gone up to 550, 6 gold per stack of rune cloth, so
okay,
they've gone up a little.
It's fairly free if you just go farm the rune cloth.
True.
You say war never changes.
War never changes.
Yeah, to be fair though, the ones that die a lot, maybe should farm rune cloth.
Now what we fucking fall out.
Let's kill
I don't know what you're talking about, Yoder. I don't know what you're talking about.
Like, just inside.
I don't instigate anything.
With your tanks on
4,
transitions.
3, 2, 1.
There you go.
So this marker on the ground is the tank marker. There's one on both sides. As long as you are past this stone on both sides, you're good.
Start moving. Tanks move. Tanks move. Let's go. stack.
3 stacks start.
Relic, right
They're swapping and we go back to the other side. Good. Range, stay stacked on lane. It's a really solid transition.
Did it last week. We had no transition problems last week. Well, Riken had a problem getting it off today. Seems to be a reoccurring problem for him.
5 seconds. Tanks up front, get ready. Start moving. Move. Swapping. Okay, melee breath to lane. That's the thing.
I barely got him over there in time. Barely got him.
Okay, melee, we're back on Blamo. Range, you're back on Zeliek. Maybe just spread out for Zeliek. Don't go into
Target you.
Don't stand in void zones. They hurt really bad.
I don't want to be over there.
Stay next to a void zone though, so you're not dropping all over the place.
This is why being Boomkin is superior. You don't have to get behind the boss. God damn it! Every time I move over here, it turns.
You can get it. You can get a third.
Yeah, no, lag's coming back in the big fight. Something else is unhappy.
Okay, melee should be out. Do not take a 4th stack. No reason to risk it.
I wonder if it's just DBM. There's just there is nothing else. I mean.
Out, void zone on Blamo.
It almost seems like some sort of a garbage collection issue or something. Because when I do a refresh, UI refresh, it fixes the lag.
Not the cock chair.
Again.
Oh.
Just play it clean. Let's save all these world buffs for Saf.
Yep. Alright, get out of the chest. Don't click the chest.
What was the other item I wanted for soft reserve?
You have no idea what horrors
That blade drops.
You have seen nothing.
Oh, I did put in for the ring.
I'd be okay with that.
A lot of people on the ring.
With the -666 thing.
That's right. The desecrated ring was the only other thing that had any competition on it that I actually needed. So.
That's a weapon.
Cool.
How cool is that?
So I'm pretty sure the other 2 tanks have the ring already. Because Riken got it last week.
Man, that is...
And I'm pretty sure Soon got it before that, so... I could just check real quick, but...
Alright, so noon you're banned from seeding.
What did I do now?
Oh no, actually he does not have it yet.
We got 2 servers.
Oh wait, this is
We got
DPS.
Castigator.
He was DPSing here.
True.
Well, we'll see what drops off these last 2 bosses. But yeah, we'll try a new person next week. We're gonna rotate till we find a good seed.
You want me to go in it since I have it on my calendar?
Okay, alright.
I guess people with Thunder Fury, so maybe they should have me do it.
You gotta show up early, man.
I was early. Noon fucking sniped it from me.
Yeah, next
Yeah,
week.
so Soon has it.
Standing on the fucking spawn point.
So the next I don't even have to reserve that ring because I'll just automatically get it because it'll be main spec.
By the seat of our pants because
So
you gotta be able to drop this
if
shit.
I don't win
And
the
group up, so range needs to
set
be
ring this week,
red,
I'll just
but not
double
too
reserve
far,
it
so
next
you
week.
can group up and drop the stuff.
But I mean, we only have a couple more weeks before that thing. Just nobody
Melee,
needs it.
we're gonna be
I'm actually
right up
surprised
next to
there's that many people on it this
candies,
week.
Drop it there, and the range that are close to us can come in and share the damage with us. Don't drop your shit in the middle of the melee though. Drop it right next to another frost patch so I can keep shuffling around in a circle. Yeah, boss should die faster this time. Shouldn't be too bad. Standard rules for Saffron apply. You need to decurse. We had people last week who were not decursing, who can decurse, and are not ferals, and that needs to be fixed. If you can decurse, you are decursing on this boss. Only exception is ferals. Please hit your buttons. Whatever damage you're doing is not going to out DPS the life drain. That shit's fixed first. And then don't forget to hide behind ice tombs.
I just full-time decurse on this.
And then for the hard core mechanic.
The problem that I have with decurse is I'm not using decursive or any other like mouse over macros. So I literally have to find the person in the group, click on them, and then cast it. So it's like mouse over macros would help a lot, making that faster. But
right next to another ice patch on our right, as we're in.
But I just try to get people that are close to me just to get rid of the buff faster. Because like I can't do damage on this fight.
We're going.
I don't have the gear, and having an extra tank is just worthless here. Having fewer people in melee, so you don't have to heal people through the blizzard, is probably more beneficial than the 500 DPS I would do.
Don't be too close melee. Don't get friggin' one shot by this guy on the over.
Don't bump in this raid. Oh, somebody almost did. Somebody almost did.
Watch the fucking kick. Yeah, it should be as far to the right as you can with a kick here.
There's way too many people piled up here.
And Trev fucked us a little bit.
It's alright, he'll reposition when he goes up. Share that with us, but move as far to the right as you can.
Already flying? Jesus.
Yeah, they spread out a bit, but keep DPS the boss.
No.
Get over left. Get over left.
That bloody shots is gonna need some heals.
Brother can cry up.
Oh wow, got a bunch of
Find shelter.
ice over here.
Frost breath's going out.
Gucci had pop a frost protection potion. Oh well, see you later.
I have a star on my head, man. Put a diamond on my head so you can follow me a little better.
Ah.
Yeah, we're slipping inside here.
At least the ice doesn't get you. Emerald died again.
Oh, our right. Okay, that's not what we done. Yeah.
Can we move? We're in an ice patch.
Yeah, can we...
Just run through.
Shift to your
Like,
right a bit
why don't
more.
melee just run through? That's what
Right
you
here.
do. Melee runs through.
Watch your feet.
Yeah, it looked like you went the other way. That's why I was confused.
Ah! Frozen can't move. What are these guys? What are they doing back there? Like, we're gonna have an air phase, and then you guys are gonna be fucked.
I thought they weren't supposed to.
He goes up at 10. He doesn't go up after 10.
Correct, I know, it's just annoying.
Yeah.
It's a he. This one's a he, the one in ICC is a she.
Fair.
Find shelter.
Don't stand on the stairs to get behind an ice block. You'll.
Oh, I'm so dead here.
I will.
Yeah, I thought he was gonna die. I didn't realize he stayed at 1% of me.
Yeah, he lands. Yeah. Come on, bloody. How many flying dragons have you fought to not know that?
I got counter brain rot. I was thinking like that fiery dragon.
Preparations continue as planned, Master. It is
I was like,
good
he
that
always
serve
dies as soon as he hits zero. He just falls to the ground.
Soon all will serve the Lich King. And in the end,
I'm just gonna loot all this to
you shall
myself.
be
I'm gonna
rewarded.
do the loot during
So
the
long
RP.
as you do not fall.
Apparently, Yoder is unhappy with the drops. What were you after on this guy? I don't even know what casters want from this guy.
We're one shot on this bitch.
What is this?
Wow, more
Your
shoulders. than
security
knees.
measures have
Hey.
failed.
I don't feel like we're going to be one-shotting this boss. If we do, that'll be great. I won't complain. But I don't see us one-shotting this shit.
Loot has been not
Because damage last week was not our problem. Inability to do the mechanics was the problem.
Fucking.
Okay, let's see how close I can get this time. How close?
Right, same melee stacks as before.
Where's the blue glow? It was glowing more last week.
Not Lion, Gucci, Kissel, Horde, and Stonehaven are on the back left, so between A and B on the diagram, and then Soong, Chad, myself, and Antares are on the back right. BC group. Make sure that you have your kicking runes.
It's
available
pulsing
and ready to
differently than
go.
what it normally does.
Ferals, I guess.
It's going
are
like
jumping from
completely
that.
dark.
Pretty big DPS loss, but.
This is a nicer looking effect, but it used to stay really bright like all the
we know
time.
this boss works.
Oh, you know, it could be where I
We should
turned down
probably get
some
a
of my
fresh set. We
graphics,
lost, like, 5 or 6
actually,
people, so
which
let's see
doesn't
what
seem to be
boss.
fixing the problem at all, so. Unfortunately.
Yep.
Bloody gotta steal that shield.
Wait a minute.
Yeah, face to death.
Oh, it's input latency.
I can move.
Riken already has it.
Yeah, I just need to move +1 hit around.
Sure.
Thank you, sir.
We have minus hit in here anyways.
This one. That does.
No, I haven't done range positions. That's a good point. Okay. So, healers, as we're facing right now, let's go top, like, yeah, as we're facing right now. The farthest up and left is going to be Keon. Farthest up and right is going to be Kaz. Close right will be Almonds, and close left will be Wesna.
Did change from last time?
Probably, I didn't write it down. So those are your positions for that, and then let's see.
We should have about 20 minutes.
See if that does anything.
Let's get group 3 spreading out on the left-hand side, group 4 spreading out on the right-hand side of the circle as it closes.
I actually want to look at the list for this
Bloody
one
to the
because he
left,
did change
Jenner
it
gone
this
to the
week,
right.
so.
And that should be fine.
Okay.
Let's see what they have showing
So
up
group
for
3
this
left,
doc.
group 4 right, bloody left, Eric on right.
Health is, oh no, they didn't actually fix it.
I'll start rolling once we get into combat.
And you said I'm on the right. This is almost... You're on near right, so you're gonna be like right about here where I'm jumping.
Hey Zith, are you still doing the pull through method for the tank, or are the melee going to be on this side of the room?
The what method for the tank? I'm sorry.
What we did last week, where we had Riken grab it and pull it straight through, and the DPS were on the other side of the circle.
Yeah, that's fine. That's
okay.
Fine.
I just wasn't for sure. I wanted to make sure, since I'm marked, I wanted to make sure I was standing in the right spot.
Yeah, so the melee groups, yeah, that's a good point. I should probably adjust that. So the melee groups, if your melee group is with Zith, so group BC, so Soong, Chad, Zith, and Taurus, we're gonna be just mirrored on the other side. So instead of DPSing like from here, we're gonna be DPSing straight across on the other side of the circle. Okay, so like straight across there. And then the Not Lion, Gucci, Kissel, Horde, and Stone
We'll be over here.
are gonna be on this side, yeah, where circle is essentially. Correct. Yeah, just mirror it. Perfect.
PC's still gonna be on the right side of the room.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, so
As we're facing.
phase 3, it looks like we have no kill hits.
We do, yes.
So
We will have a lot more DPS this week than we had last week because everybody got a boost from the seal. But yes, we should still be AoEing on Stone.
it's just
I still think they put a lot of
any tank that isn't on
they put a lot of expectation on the amount of damage. I mean, let me do a
Chuck wave up too.
quick calculation here. So we were like, we were 18.12, I think, last week at 8 pieces. Is 144%, basically 145% extra damage. And this week we're at like 21 point.
All that, just anything you can do, get the ads
What is it?
with the damage.
21.25.
Yeah, same Gucci. I'm gonna be staying on the boss to kick as well. So, and I'll be trying to call kicks as best I can.
That's 170.
Right.
So I mean, that's
you
like,
are ready
it's
to
only,
go to where Skull is.
it's not even 10% more damage than what we were doing.
Go.
Yeah, it's roughly 10% more
Weston's
damage
like,
than what we
oh,
did last week.
Going a little further.
That's fine. All right. Looks like everybody's good. So let's get this.
It's like, it's not going to be make or break. It's like if people can't do the mechanics, we're still not going to get this fight.
Cold dark.
Soul string.
Obey the call of Kel'Thuzad.
Grats, Keon. Man, I'm really happy for you.
That is a hell of a relic, not gonna lie.
Right? I guess he'll decide your fate, Antares.
Oh no, I still got it up.
That is such a good bow.
I just popped in a rage, and I thought maybe I didn't have Omen of Clarity up. I was like, crap, I have to drop my rage.
Desecrated Rogues, top 2. Ooh, Gucci. Ooh. That's rough. Alright, Szechuan and Luo.
The ring is shrinking.
+2.
The world is getting smaller.
Warrior Hunter Mage. Breastplate.
Yeah, I had a feeling a couple people still needed. Oh, you still needed shed? Yeah, nice.
I do.
Yeah, that's a huge upgrade.
How about a bunch of paladin breastplates? That'd be nice.
Yeah, that needs to happen.
Alright, I don't know if anyone needs these, but Warrior Hunter Mage.
So we'll get 4 rings and 6 people are on it. I mean, that's not too bad. It just means that significantly many less people will need it next week.
Chad.
So I think even if we have to drop this down in
Just a
difficulty,
reminder too for people, we're not fulfilling off spec. I know we had a lot
hopefully,
of off spec people. We only planned our mats for main spec.
hopefully we don't do any kind of bullshit like, oh, we didn't get it, so we're gonna come back on Sunday and do just this boss. Like, hopefully, if we don't get it, we just
I would have to ask
convert it
on
and
that
kill
one,
it
but
at the end.
until everyone gets their tier, like their tier abyss, we're not going to be fulfilling off spec rolls or off spec gear. Just to keep it fair. +3 for going. Another pair of Rogue Priest Warlock boots. All went to off spec last time. I think everyone got them.
Wait, why is who worried about the ads? I didn't catch that
That's
part.
depressing.
I didn't hear. I don't pay attention to what most people are saying at this point. I'm like fucking with my cat and stuff.
Right, so Ziv next week is gonna
Healing off
seed, right?
Maybe.
Oh, maybe. I'm still not overly concerned with it, really. It's just luck is what it is. We just don't seem to have a lot of it on Thursdays. He's not
Actually,
for paladins.
Not for weapons.
No, we need Keon to seed it. That's what we need.
Shut up, Riken. You sound stupid already. I don't even know what you're saying. You sound like a fucking moron.
Damn.
Okay.
I mean, get wrecked.
We'll do the rest later. Phase should be starting soon.
For mercy.
20 seconds, 13. Remember, he's pulling through.
Let him get the boss into position, please. Don't rip thread.
Run away, little girl. Run away.
Phase 2.
Sit here and hump a. Is it stone?
Yeah, he's my kick. Let's get this one. Kick. Please, kick, guys. You have to kick these.
Yeah, remember.
What? I was out of it. Look at my corpse.
Yeah, that's
Your soul is bound to me.
Heal team.
Frozen.
oh shit.
Kick. Guys,
I think I got it again soon.
Yeah, you got that.
make sure that you guys are split.
But yeah, melee groups are way too close together. We're gonna freeze everybody. You need to get back to your spots. Yeah, take position is moved currently. Yeah, it's hard to run it. When the mic control happens, it's hard to reposition it perfectly.
Yeah, my job
So if you battle res people, they just have to multiple
So what you're saying is you want to go backwards?
No, I actually don't. What if I'm gonna fucking box and just die against the fucking AoE damage? No, then I would not want that.
Okay, I'll use mine.
Man, look at the amount of threat that I've generated here. Like I'm more than 2 times the next highest person.
Rally cry up.
I'm gonna have another mind control here any moment.
Your team.
Frozen. Tank frozen. He's back. My seat.
That Fisher, watch that Fisher.
Rebalance positions before Ice 2 is gone.
When the boss stands back up, key on if you can, seal of light on it since I'm dead.
We're gonna melee reposition the original positions. He's facing it.
We've got 2 battle reses. Do we want to get people up? This is a good time.
Sure. Yeah, let's get him. Yoda zones it. Get him up quick.
You have to rip up us.
Yeah, it might be a little late now.
I'm gonna wait for the crossbow to go out.
Me too. Yep.
I'm getting all these ads, and then you can put them in and AoE them down.
It's a threat reset when you mind controls, it doesn't matter.
It's gonna be not. I'll
Ads are on.
Mind control. 2 tank MC, 2 tank MC.
got everything on me. That's gonna show up.
I get up a bunch of these ads. Trying to...
I got him on me.
Let's try to live. Can't get that one. Get next. Keep on me the box. Keep on me the box. Keep on me the box. Not over yet. Get all your dots up. Do whatever you can to survive. Keep those rolling. Keep things up.
Good job.
Good shit.
Oh, that was rough.
Alright, let's check. Good job, guys.
Wearing cold. What?
That's the wrong weapon.
Let's see.
And a
For
hammer.
Conquest, we have. I'm gonna type it out. Oh, grats on the hammer too, Westa.
Got a hammer.
Which one is Conquest anyway?
The white one.
The one everyone wanted.
Is that the one everyone was on? I went off it and went on the blue one.
The ones I posted in chat are the ones rolling.
18.
Wait, what? I'm not on there?
You are not. You are on.
It says rank.
You're on War for Thursdays.
Thursday it has me as Conquest.
It says it right. I'm looking at the announcement right
Oh
now.
no, I'm a reach. I'm dumb. I am dumb. I apologize, bro.
You did the same thing I did on the bugs.
I did,
Antares
yeah.
and Riken. Reroll Antares and Riken.
I think it's funny, like everybody's worried about horses and no one's rezzing. It's like,
Oh, did you? Oh, you're showing your +1s. Alright, then congrats Szechuan.
Yeah, I never got one of the previous raids, so.
Congrats.
Thank you.
Congrats, Westna on the main.
Congratulations.
Soul
alright,
Seeker
everybody's
roll.
up.
Yeah.
Wait, Weston actually got a mace this time?
Yeah, right? She, well,
Roll
she has
out the
mace on
ring
both
so we
her
can log out.
characters now.
Crazy.
Oh damn! I want to see if I can beat you.
Everybody's here for the ring.
I know what you were doing. I
Alright,
understand.
congrats Yoder.
Thank you.
Alright, Chad.
That's man.
You gotta get on early for your seat, but
Alright, Gullen and Rorda, roll.
Who got the
So-
new enchant? Citizen Bloods.
That was Gullen.
Loot notwithstanding, really fucking good raid tonight. Like less than
Yeah,
2
very
hours,
smooth.
full hard mode 4, like
Yeah.
very nice. Very good like cleanup from last week.
Yeah, what are we looking
really
at?
good shit.
Bear, Gucci,
So-
Not Lion, Westna, Kissel, Puggle, roll.
Yeah, look at that.
so with that double fucking
25.
MC,
Amazing.
fuck, I don't know.
Bottom
Basically, like,
roll on both
hardest
rolls for the night.
harder.
Hands up in the air and
Yeah, I mean at that point.
So yeah, this is a good time.
Take the wheel.
Almost 50% of our time we were in combat. Like that's not a bad run. We could still clean up this duration a little bit,
Whichever of us.
but that's not bad
Just pick up an ad. We just pick up an ad.
for a tour for dropping it from 3 hours to
Just
2
an
hours.
ad,
So
like just fucking.
It's
then
not
you
too
get
bad.
Right on it.
Anyone want that shit?
So there's actually
Yeah.
an effect with some.
Kissel gave me the one he won last week, so be a solid pickup for him. Might have been
Alright.
pretty strong.
I need nothing else out of
Kissel,
here.
you're
So
banned from loot. You're already on a +4.
I'm
for
just gonna
tonight.
fuck right off.
Yeah, he did get some good shit tonight. It's good to see for sure.
Alright, let me roll off this last loot I have in my bags. Polar helmet?
That's
Yeah, it is. But
I don't need
I
that.
guess
Fuck off with that
Stone
shit.
likes trash.
That tracks.
Yep.
Trash.
Steel the damn,
Trash.
pretty solid ring.
Alright.
Yeah, the fight.
What do we get?
Congrats, Puggle.
Oh wow, like nothing sold. Jesus.
And these. Guess that's PvP.
Oh wait, were these? Yeah, I don't know how much those were.
It's in Stormwind, Kaz. Alright, I don't think anyone knows LTV.
I don't wanna.
Did anyone roll on these? Otherwise, they're getting deleted. Deleted is.
I have one guardian stone to my name.
Two more
Mount
healing.
actually has an
Oh my god.
animation.
I don't want this.
Two. Oh yeah,
Has
they
an
do.
effect.
Yeah, all the
no,
mounts
when
have
you
effects.
summon them.
Yeah, it's pretty fucking sick.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna come to the bank and do it. An Iron Forge.
Alright, anyone want a healing
Welcome.
enchant for off spec?
I'll take the other one for next phase, please.
Almonds, you said that?
No, you go.
Oh, Westna? Okay.
I figure for next phase, that'd probably be useful too.
Oh yeah, 100%. Well, if the rate is going, you guys are gonna have like 10 each.
Can't believe that this.
Storage, attack
They're
power
just
grid.
kicking chimeric chops are
Wow,
still.
Antares.
The book is still 1,500 gold. It's
You really
surprising.
wanted that.
Oh, Yoder, I actually have the bloods too. If you have
With the number of people that did that quest.
for your enchant.
Another tank enchant for shoulders. Yeah, really smooth one, guys. This is the last piece, it looks like.
6 Lotus, 24 Dust. Got it. Because all you need is Dust and Lotus then, though?
Oh no, there's.
Oh no, Luo's messaging me, sorry.
Grass not. Not Lion is a slacker, and he's an Ironforge. You have to come to Stormwind because that's where my heart's
Yeah,
at.
that's fine. I'll pop over in a minute.
Alright, that's all the loot, guys.
Trying to get some enchanting mats at the moment.
It's Green Nexus. 24
What was that,
dust,
Almonds?
6 lotus.
Did I get the
Boots for off spec. Which one were those? I don't see here. Let me check.
If it did not have been why not?
You did roll on them, but Gullen won the roll. He rolled main spec. Oh, looks like Ironforge portal, so you don't need to leave not. If you guys are wanting scraps, my bank alt is in Stormwind. I can send them otherwise.
I'll go to Blue Storm. But
Damn.
Yeah.
Was that out of 4,
According to
Kaz?
We got 4th place on the whole server for speed time on that kill. That cleared.
Oh, I'm sure. We did it under 2 hours. Most
Alright,
people
I'll use the mountain one to see the mountain. Bank steps. Or bank.
Is it a horse that's white?
Yeah.
Racist.
Yeah, let's see it.
Great to
Why is it gotta be white?
Yeah, what the fuck?
Come to Ironforge Bridge. Been
Watch
sitting out
your
there for a
back.
couple hours.
Yo, it's
Oh,
pretty
there you
good.
Oh, that is cool. Yeah, the purple shit.
It's fucking massive.
I know, right?
That is pretty dope.
Oh look, there's your buddies over to the left.
Can somebody give him
Yeah, it's kind of cool. And there's the mount.
Oh,
For those that haven't seen it, there's the
enlarging water? Yeah, you can use it for the fire water.
pretty nice
World
looking.
shrinker. Get a world shrinker on him.
Can you click? Can you use that
World shrinker? Yeah.
on people?
No. You have to do it on yourself, but.
Oh, okay.
Where's Kaz? He's in Stormwind.
There you go.
Here's the gay generator for you.
Oh no.
Oh, everybody knows it. Yeah.
He's got hit by the DEI.
Yep. Alright, so I'm gonna invite.
There you go. Now I gotta go to Stormwind to get the stuff. It's
All right.
only a model.
Heading to Stormwind, Kaz.
Someone's in Stormwind right now doing it too. On their ooh, that's actually sick.
What?
The they're doing the famine one. Yeah, it does like green poison clouds.
What city are you handing shit out in, Bloody?
I'm in Stormwind.
You want me to port your ult to Ironforge where everyone else normally goes?
Yes, please.
I mean, yeah, we can do that too. I don't care. We have limited numbers of scraps, by the way, so I will ask what people need.
Scraps are really cheap, by the way. For some.
Do you have guild bank other mats like cured ruggeds and shit like that?
Yes, I have everything.
Are you staying in Stormwind, Kaz? Just making sure before I run over there.
Once I get a portal, I'll move over there to Ironforge.
Coming. I'm coming.
And I don't know anyone's tier or whatever, but just a reminder, off spec, please don't request anything for those. But if it's main spec, 100% request it.
That's
Wait
a good
until.
horse silent.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Wait until we get more get an idea of where people are sitting at for tier. But then honestly, if we're probably gonna start selling off some of it anyways to pad our bank for next phase for.
Where's your ult?
I'm right in the Stormwind Fountain in Trade District.
Are you in the great?
Are you going to? Oh,
Yes.
you're getting a portal from Yoder. Okay.
Yep.
Okay, yeah, here. It's gonna be on the side.
True, Kaz. I think it could go either way. Oh yeah, for those that didn't see the whispers, he said, not gonna lie, when I read that name, I think Cumvault. True.
Yeah, I saw that
Not
too.
not bad
Yeah,
for the night though,
sadly,
guys.
all the other versions of Critical Bank are taken.
It was not a bad run. Got it all done in one night. Did all difficulty 4,
Critical bank.
and we,
I'm gonna
for the
pick
most
up
part,
the,
did
scraps
the
on him and mail him to Zith so I can.
we did the mechanics correctly. Like there's still a lot of fuckery with people. We could have easily been completely screwed there if it hadn't have been for just
I'm sure
luck
they do stone,
on some of the ice tombs. Like we had a lot of DPS that were stacked on top of each other or spread in weird spots I should say not stacking on top of each other. They were spread out all over the place, and that would have like frozen the entire raid almost, and that would have been a disaster. So. But we got it done. That's all that matters. Next week it'll be even easier because we'll get another upgrade on the trinket. So I don't really foresee having massive problems with it as we continue forward. So hopefully this raid will just get shorter and shorter, which will allow me to get back to anniversary faster. But yeah, it's midnight here, guys, and I think I'm gonna call it a night. Going to get I'm gonna get some more leveling done on anniversary for a little bit. Start getting dinner made and stuff. Nell and I have got to get back to the gym tonight. We've been kind of slacking for like almost the past 2 weeks, so we got to get back into doing that. Which it's mostly been due to this raid taking super long and us getting a super late start getting dinner. It makes it rough trying to get into the gym because we go late. So since this is getting under control and I can actually get dinner made before she gets home from work, that'll make life a lot easier. So we'll see how things continue to go. But that's all I got for the night. A lot of new people in the channel tonight, so be sure that if you're watching me on YouTube, you hit that like and subscribe. If you're watching on Twitch, hit that follow button. Come back and see me when I'm live again. And we'll see you guys next time. I'll be back tomorrow night doing the Hunter in the raid there with the 2.5 2-piece set bonus. So I should actually be able to do some decent damage tomorrow night as a Hunter. We'll see how it goes. But have a great night, everybody. Thanks for hanging out.